Am I okay? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The November 20th meeting of the Anne Arundel County Board of Education will now come to order. Please stand for tonight's invocation, followed by the pledge. O God, we pray to administer that which is just in all educational policies, being ever mindful of your guidance. Stir us to action with love, wisdom, and understanding.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Welcome to this meeting of the Board of Education. This meeting is being televised live on AACPS TV and live streamed on the internet. General information and protocols for the meeting are posted on the sign by the doorway as you enter the room, so please make sure you read those if you have not already. Item 2.03 is approval of the minutes. Is there a motion to approve the minutes? We've got a motion and a second. Any discussion or edits to the minutes? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The minutes are approved. Item 2.04 is establish agenda order. Would any member like to add anything to the agenda that's not currently printed? Ms. Antoine.
I wanted to motion that we direct the superintendent to do an assessment of Veterans Day observances in our schools.
So we have a motion from Ms. Antoine. Do you want to add that to the agenda at the end?
So we can,
item?
or it's just a direction with the, I'm looking out here. I don't know if we want to wait to do that. It's just a consensus to make that request is what I'm trying to do. And now would be the appropriate time on the agenda to do it.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Live, is your comment on Ms. Antoine's?
Yeah, I believe what Ms. Antoine is getting at is that that we discussed this together before the meeting, that we would just like to have the board be informed of what occurs in our schools basically across the spectrum in the observance of Veterans Day. Is there are things encouraged here, things encouraged there, etc., and just let us know system-wide how that's being approached. I don't believe we need a motion to do that. It's just a request of the superintendent for information. Is that accurate,
I appreciate
Ms. Antoine?
that. Yes, if there's no motion necessary in a consensus, that's what I'm looking for in this moment, please.
And I think we've got a general consensus among us, and I'm pretty confident that we'll. Superintendent Stevens saying he's glad to share, Veterans Day observances with us, and then that assessment of what schools are participating in events, and so I appreciate that as well.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Schallheim.
I would like to move that we move item 5.03 to above item 3. And let me just say why, or should I wait for a second first and then say why?
Absolutely.
Should I say why now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think you all can tell I've been injured. I broke my shoulder in 8 different spots. It's hard for me to sit here tonight. And what I can do is I can watch every single one of your testimony at home where I'm a little bit more comfortable, and I can make a list badly with my right hand. I'm left-handed, and I can get back to you all and I can digest it. But what I can't do from home is I can't vote from home. So I don't want to stay here longer than I want to rest. So I want to stay here for as long as I can tonight, but judging by the crowd, it's going to be hours and hours, and so that's why I would like to move that item up. So
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Further discussion on this motion? Seeing none, Mrs. Howe, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Antoine?
Aye.
Mr. Libe?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer? Ms. Albee? Ms. Corkadell?
I guess
Yeah.
abstain.
Mr. Gilliland.
No.
So we have 6 in the affirmative, 2 in the negative, 1 abstention.
Okay.
Motion passes.
Motion passes. So we will now move the vote on the calendar, the 2020-2021 calendar before public comment. Item 2.05 is board recognitions, and tonight we have a very special recognition, and we'll turn to which one? Mr. Vogel.
Good evening. I'm Ryan Vogel, Director of Student Services, and with me is Chloe Constance, representing the Olivia Constance Foundation. We are pleased to be here to present tonight's first recognition. But before we begin, members of the board and Dr. Alato, could you please come forward to the well? Members of the board and Dr. Alato, the Olivia Constance Foundation is more than a partner with Anne Arundel County Public Schools. It is an extended family member of our school system that provides resources that support our core values. In particular, the foundation, formed in memory of late Broadneck High School student Olivia Constance, continues to sponsor a student competition that honors those committed to creating change through the arts. In addition, the Olivia Constance Foundation continues to award scholarships to college-bound students and grants to our schools that provide additional resources to support our students and are designed to help them reach their full potential. The Olivia Constance Foundation continues to live its mission, which reads, "To do all the good we can for whomever we can in the spirit of Olivia." Tonight, we are here to recognize the winners of the Foundation's 2019 Arts Contest, and at this time, I'll turn it over to Chloe.
Good evening. As Ryan said, I'm Chloe Constance, and I'm very delighted to be here this evening. The Olivia Constance Foundation was started in the fall of 2011 in memory of my sister, Olivia Constance, who lost her life at the age of 14 from a tragic sailing accident here in Annapolis. The foundation does a number of things, including scholarships, like Ryan mentioned, and grant opportunities. We started working with the school system in 2013 by providing grants to support anti-bullying initiatives in the school system. To piggyback those efforts, we created this arts contest called Creating Change Through the Arts. Not only do we recognize their achievement in artistic skills this evening, we gave each winner a cash award, and we also matched that award to the charity of their choice. We have great kids in our county, and we are excited tonight to unveil the winners of our Creating Change Through the Arts. I'll announce the winners, who will come forward as their names are called. First, we'll start with Nicholas Krager from Jones Elementary School. His artwork is titled "Take a Stand, Lend a Hand," and his charity is St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. Next, we have Keith Ivey from Shipley's Choice Elementary School. His artwork is titled "Be a Friend," and his charity is the Anne Arundel County CASA. Next is Margot Stott from Severn River Middle School. Her artwork is titled "All It Takes Is One Word," and her charity is Every Town for Gun Safety. And finally, we have James Huey from Severno Park Middle School. His artwork is titled Choose to Be Kind, and his charity is Opportunity Builders.
Brandon, did you get in there? You could step on here. Thank you. All right, guys. We'll do a few of these photos. Let everybody get their chance, and just keep looking this way. Big smile.
Thank you, and again, congratulations. I've never been asked to do one of these before, but the interior lights are on a tan or gold Lexus SUV, license plate 8CJ4855. So again, if you're driving a Lexus, your lights are on. Okay. Where are we now? Item 2.06 is school and community highlights. Ms. Salvi. Okay, no, okay. Oh, sorry. Okay, Ms. Antwine.
So these past couple of weeks have been very good. As a veteran, I really appreciated Crofton Middle School's presentation to us for the Veterans Appreciation. It was an incredible event. I was also able to attend a tour of North County High School with Senator Pam Beidle to address the overcrowding at North County. This past weekend, I attended the Arundel Symposium, as well as our family involvement conference. So it's been busy but rewarding. So thank you.
Oops. Thank you, Ms. Antwine. Oh, okay.
This time I'd like to invite up Helen Wilkerson, the president of the Secretaries and Assistants Association of Anne Arundel County. Special announcement.
Thank you, because he gets so tongue-tied every time I say it. Thank you, and good evening, everyone. Today, as he said, I'm Helen Wilkerson, president of the SAAC. We'll shorten it. Today and this week is what's considered the National Education Support Week. So today, we are celebrating one of our own ESPs. Today's celebration of National Education Support Day, Ms. Littleton was honored by delegations, including myself and the Community Advocacy Partnership Program Engagement Chair and other members. Kind of want to just tell you, I'm just going to talk, I'm not going to read because it's easier, a little more comfy. Okay, so for those of you who do not know, or what that stands for, we call ourselves, we're the ESPs, we're Education Support Professional, which represents the secretaries, the technicians, the teacher assistants, the technicians, the janitor, custodial. I don't represent those, but they are all part of what we are, what the country considered education support professionals. And so SAAC decided, well, we're going to start recognizing one of our own members in what they do. So we nominated and looked into the records. We had some different people for all this, our members nominate names. We had 6 nominations this year, and Ms. Littleton won the nomination. She was chosen because she goes beyond her call of duty. She not only is the behavior assistant support person at her school, but she's also the advocate for students. And one of the projects that she does at her school, at Northeast High School, she runs a food bank. She brings in food for people and asks people to donate for her students that's there, that attends that school, and the community. They're welcome to use it and go to it any time. She also had a coat drive, so she went over and asked us. She got over 500 coats to donate to her children. She does after school work for the principal and anything that needs to be done. He was very proud of it, and so we presented her today. She received a citation from Anne Arundel County Board of Education. We thank you. She also received a legislative one from Delegate Shanique Henson of District 30. Principal Williams says this could not go to a more deserving person. We're so proud that SAAC ESP of the Year is a Northeast Eagle, and Northeast High School Principal Jason Wilson, from supplies for classes to the perfect dress. She also does that. For prom, students know Miss Littleton will always go above and beyond for them. Year after year, student after student credit Tammy with literally getting them across the stage and on to work or college. Littleton's recognitions connects with the key priority of SAAC, bridging the gap between ESPs and the community. As part of her win, SAAC will supply and support activities and resources to address the physical, mental, and emotional and social health needs of Northeast High School. SAAC Community Outreach and Engagement Program works with businesses, nonprofits, and public figures to address issues which impact students. So today we say to Tammy Little and all our ESPs, thank you for your hard work and all your dedication.
Thank you, Ms. Wilkerson. Item 2.07 is the Policy Committee update. We'll turn to Mrs. Corkadell.
Thank you, President Gilliland. The Policy Committee met this afternoon at 4 p.m. here in the boardroom. We have recommended policy BBB be referred back to the board. We also initiated a review of policies BCA and BCA-RA on agenda preparation and distribution. As a general heads up, coming up, our first review of the CAC policy will be forthcoming in December. And looking just shortly ahead to these winter months, we will be the policy committee will be taking on their first review of a brand new policy for equity. And as the state has finalized their language on this, and so in short term, throughout the winter months, we will be able to present that. And lastly, as a follow-up to last month's meeting, one of the items that came out was policy concerning student attire. The policy committee once again spoke about this afternoon and has decided to formally request of the board at large to consider reverting this item to a work group area to be determined at a future date, so that the policy committee feels that this is a matter that needs to include the CRASC, the CAC, and many other stakeholders as it relates. And so on behalf of the policy committee, I want to thank Ms. Antwine for giving us this opportunity. It's something I believe that many people share, and we will have more information as it is available. And lastly, that the next policy committee meeting will be held on Wednesday, December 18th here in the boardroom at 4 p.m. Public is welcome to attend, but we do not take public testimony. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mrs. Corkadell. Item 2.08 is the Budget Committee update, and we'll turn to the Budget Committee Chair, Mrs. Ellis.
Thank you. The Budget Committee met today at 5 o'clock here in the boardroom. We had two items on our agenda today. One was to discuss the format of the information that the board receives as the superintendent presents his proposed budget to the board, and it's a book that's over 300 pages long. There's lots of information in there for us to go through and digest, and so we gave input on either additional information or a different way of seeing information that we felt would help us along that process. And then the other thing we discussed was the possibility of creating a policy on the budget and budget committee for consideration by this board. Both of those agenda items were lengthy discussions and have been left somewhat open-ended to we're going to add a budget committee meeting on December 4th following the the general board meeting that we have here to review information that's brought to us based on the discussions we had today. So we'll be revisiting those two topics in 2 weeks.
Great. Thank you, Mrs. Ellis.
Thank you.
Item 2.09 is the Krask report.
Good evening, President Gilliland, Vice President Corkadell, members of the board, and Dr. Arlotto. Hello, my name is Pariti Cherry, and I am the Krask Secretary of Education. Krask held our first General Assembly last Wednesday, the Middle School Wellness Workshop, at George Fox Middle. We welcomed approximately 190 students from 16 middle schools across the county. Our officers led sessions creating vision boards, relaxation techniques, and yoga taught by Jennifer Sweeney from Broadneck High School. A special thank you to Sarah Kivett from AACPS for her session on social media safety, and Keisha Brooks from Pathways for teaching students about the dangers of vaping. This past Monday night, student presenters were excited to be a part of Carver at Night. Krask leaders conducted a session entitled Social Media, Using It for Good, to explain the positive aspects of social platforms from a teenage point of view to adults. 6 students took part in the Power of One session to highlight the impact that an AACPS teacher or staff member has had on them. Thank you to Helen Matowski and the entire professional growth and development team for including student voice on this special evening. 27 students will head to Perry Hall High School this Saturday, November 23rd, for the Mask Fall Leadership Conference. Krask President Connor Coran will be facilitating a session entitled How to Advocate for Environmental Policy. We are excited to join over 625 student leaders from around the state. Our next event, Krask Goes Global, is December 12th at Annapolis High School with a focus on diversity and cultural differences. We are excited to partner with student board member Rita Alvi to foster and promote diversity with our high school students. We are also pleased to announce that the Krask Cup has been awarded to MacArthur Middle and Meade High School. Both schools had the highest meeting attendance for the first marking period, and the trophies will reside at these schools until the end of this quarter, where they will possibly travel to a new middle and high school. I appreciate the time to give you an update about what's happening in Krask, and have a wonderful Thanksgiving break. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 2.10 is the PTA report. Ms. Rivera.
Good evening, board members. Good evening, Dr. Arlotto. My name is Vanessa Rivera, and I am the Anne Arundel County Council PTA president. Since we last met, I have a few updates to share. Our scholarship application window is now open. AACC PTA offers 2 scholarships to 2 graduating seniors in Anne Arundel County Public Schools. The Phoebe Apterson Hart Scholarship is awarded to the high school graduate who's planning a career in any subject other than education. The Kenneth Lawson Scholarship is awarded to a high school graduate who is planning to pursue a career involved in the field of education. This scholarship program was created by Anne Arundel County Council of PTAs to honor students who demonstrate academic success and have shown leadership in the school community. The awards are to be used by students towards tuition and books at the institution of their choice. The deadline for applications is February 18, 2020, and all the information has been sent to the high school counselors. All prerequisites are listed on our website, aaccpta.org. In November, we held our general membership meeting and provided information to all our local units with the budget practices, and we had our guest speaker, Matt Stansky, do a wonderful presentation for us. Our next meeting will be held on January 13th at 5:30 here at the Board of Ed. We have invited Connor Curran, CRAS president, to come and present information on CRAS for our local units who may be interested in getting the student piece in their PTAs. You mentioned Veterans Day, so thank you all for your service, Ms. Antwine and Mr. Leib and anybody else. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to serve.
Thank you. As revised on the agenda, we will now turn to item 5.03, the 2020-2021 school year calendar, and we have a brief presentation from Mr. Mosier.
Good evening, Bob Mosier, Chief Communications Officer. I will review very briefly what we went over at your last meeting, which will set the stage for your discussion tonight. Superintendent's recommendation to the calendar committee was to begin the school year on August 31st, tentatively end it on June 11th, to keep the holiday closings the same as in the current school year, with the exception being that Rosh Hashanah begins on a Friday evening, and thus we would not need to close schools for that. We would have an election day in November and keep 3 days for parent-teacher conferences. 12 early dismissal days, the same as this year, 8 at the end of the 4 marking periods, and the 4 equity achievement gap professional development days. That calendar recommendation built in 2 inclement weather days with a conditional 3rd day being the March parent-teacher conference date. So that's a recommendation that went to the calendar committee, which consists of representatives from these groups. The ones on the left have 2 representatives each are invited, and the ones on the right, 1 each. So the adjustments that that committee made, first of all, we talked about a post-Labor Day start. And no one expressed an interest in having that discussion, so we moved on with the pre-Labor Day start, and the calendar committee added 3 days to Easter spring break to make it 6 days, and then extended the school year accordingly to move the last projected day from the 11th of June to the 16th of June, and then move the last day of work for teachers to the 17th of June. So that is what has resulted in the calendar that is before you this evening. Dr. Arlotto was asked to have us develop a model that would have a post-Labor Day start, and I have that here for you should you wish to discuss it as well.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Mosier. Do you want to do a recommendation now, or would you like to do that? At this point, before we entertain any motions, and just so the public knows, I think we're going to have a couple of procedural motions, I should say substantive, but not shifting days or anything of that nature, at least initially to start. And then I think we'll get into probably the topics that everyone wants to talk about, and that's when we'll engage the public. We've got a number of cards here as well. But first, Dr. Arlotto, this is an action item. Can we have your recommendation, please?
Yes, sir. I recommend board approval of the 2020-2021 school year calendar as recommended by the calendar committee.
So we've got, yeah, okay. So we've got a motion and a second on the superintendent's recommendation. At this point, we'll move to board discussion and some light amendments. Mrs. Corkadell.
Thank you, President Gillen. And really? Sorry, President Gilliland. To make the calendar consistent with past practice and prior advice of council, I move that the first several lines of the religious observances section be revised to read as follows. In addition to the above, the Anne Arundel County Public Schools will operate on a normal schedule on the following days of major religious observance. November 14th, designated Diwali, in parentheses, no moon day. May 13th, Eid al-Fitr, and July 20th, Eid al-Adha, and AACPS tests and examinations, including mandated tests and assessments, in parentheses, shall not be scheduled on any of the above dates. Similarly, AACPS tests and examinations, including mandated tests and assessments for evening high school students, shall also not be scheduled on the day of or day after a religious observance occurs. There will be no AACPS activities on Saturday, September 19th, in parentheses, Rosh Hashanah. The final 3 paragraphs, as recommended for this section, would remain unchanged, sir.
So that's a motion and a second. And I've got a lot of lights that I assume are for some other things here, but any discussion on this item? On this item? Seeing none, Mrs. Howe, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Grannon?
Aye, as to Ms. Corkedel's edit.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Leib?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer? Ms. Alvey?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadel?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0.
Great, thank you. And again, for clarification, that was just on the religious observance paragraph on the calendar. Ms. Alvey.
As per discussion at the last meeting, I move that the last paragraph under religious observances read as follows. Students who are absent from school due to a religious observance as noted on this calendar will be allowed the option to make up work missed due to that absence, and such absence shall not affect a student's eligibility for perfect attendance recognition.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second discussion on this amendment only. Seeing none, Mrs. Howe, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Grannon?
Aye, as to Ms. Alvey's amendment.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye. Same.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Leib?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Alvey?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadel?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0.
Great, thank you. Mrs. Schallheim. Okay, Mrs. Ellis.
Thank you. So in the last meeting, I won't review everything, but I gave clear reasons why a long summer is beneficial to our students. Then it has to do with brain development that cannot be replicated in the classroom with the structure of the school day as our schools are structured right now. I also pointed out that research shows that any loss, as what's been termed summer slide, that occurs in the first few weeks of the summer. So for that reason, I believe a long summer is more beneficial to students than students being out of school for 10 days for spring break, because then we create a greater impact in the middle of the school year to learning. If we were to adopt a calendar in which school started on September 8th, and sorry, I'm trying to look at the dates while I'm speaking, and spring break was now adjusted to, where are we? April 1st through 5th. That is a several-day mental break for students to be able to refresh in the middle of the school year without being as disruptive as if we had 10 days out of school for spring break. And I'm just going through this real quick because I actually want to go back for a moment and thank the public for your engagement in this and for communicating with us through the survey, through emails, and otherwise. So for that reason, I'm just giving out a case for why I think we should adjust the proposed calendar. So one concern that is often brought up, and I share this concern, was if schools were to start on after Labor Day, that impacts the amount of classroom time AP students will have in order to prepare for their exams in May. And I share that concern. However, we also have 10 days out of school built into the proposed calendar, which I think more greatly impacts AP students. So for that reason, I would rather have a shorter spring break and allow learning to continue for those students. We sometimes hear concerns about providing resources for our more economically disadvantaged families and how that can be difficult in the summer. I suggest that that's more difficult for families in the middle of the school year to come up with. If students were out of school for 10 days in the middle of the school year, that could be 10 days that they're not receiving meals and other support that they will get more consistently in the summer. When I looked at the results of the survey, to me, a clear majority of those who responded value a long summer over a long spring break. 31.33% of respondents said that their support of a long spring break depends on the start and end dates of school, implying that a long summer was a greater priority. And so when you combine that 31.33% with the 26.9% that do not support an extended spring break, we're talking about over 58% of respondents seem to support a long summer over an extended spring break. For all these reasons, I propose an amendment to the proposed academic calendar, beginning school on September 8th after Labor Day, with schools closed for spring break April 1st through 5th. We would need to add 2 days to the school year, ending on June 18th instead of June 16th. And while that, to me, is kind of a late end to the school year, that's because of the late date of Labor Day, and unfortunately we can't do anything about that. I would also prefer to find a more creative schedule for our parent-teacher conferences, but I'm afraid that to propose any changes there right now would be premature without more information from the superintendent on how that could be accomplished. So I would like, in addition to my amendment, to ask Dr. Arlotto for data on utilization of our parent-teacher conference days by time slots at each of our schools, so the board can determine whether there are gaps on those days where there are few parents in attendance. I do believe we could meet the need for parent-teacher conferences with late starting and or early dismissal days. I would be supportive of voting on my proposed amendment today, and then upon further investigation, possibly revisit the calendar to adjust the parent-teacher conference schedule, thereby being able to end the school year 2 days earlier. But as of right now, it would end on June 18th. I hope that all made sense. Do you understand the amendment?
It is, and I think if I can ask your permission, if you'd be willing momentarily to suspend that motion.
Okay.
And the reason for it is I was, and again, just public transparency, this is something we've not, it's going to sound like we're not rehearsed or anything, so forgive me for a moment, but Open Meetings Act does not allow us to have these conversations in the back room.
Right.
So if it seems a little chaotic, that's why. In anticipation of potential amendments, what I did request of the superintendent, I know Mr. Mosier has the slide, and I'm hoping, if not, if we can get maybe in the next couple of minutes a Xerox copy of this. Oh, it's already done.
That's it.
This is it? Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
So, okay. Anticipating that there may be possible shifts from pre-Labor Day to post-Labor Day start, I asked the superintendent and his team to develop a calendar that took into account some of the constraints you've mentioned. And I apologize, I can't see. I don't know which visual is up now.
That's it.
That is it?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
I believe I did have a chance to review it. It seems consistent with what I'm proposing.
It's consistent?
Yes.
Okay. So would you like to make that motion now?
I would like to make that motion. And just while I have the floor, I do have one other minor amendment, but it's a separate issue.
And if we can separate them, I think that would be helpful for purposes of the vote. So if I could just rephrase so that we know what we're doing. Your motion would be to adopt the option B calendar.
Yes.
Second.
Okay.
The option A calendar motion is still on the table.
Right.
Yeah, and wasn't that first?
Okay. So
I guess the confusion is I proposed it as an amendment.
Right.
So I don't know how.
It would still be an amendment.
It's basically amending the superintendent's proposed calendar to
Right.
become this.
Right. So. Right, and now she's made an amendment that to that has been seconded. So we now have an amendment before us. There's been a motion that's been made to amend the superintendent's recommendation from what I'm just going to call the superintendent's recommendation, option A, to now option B. That motion's been made as an amendment, and it's been seconded. We can do it one of two ways. We can vote down the superintendent's recommendation, if that's the will of the board, and then propose a new motion, or we can do the amendment. Either of those, by way of Robert's Rules of Order, would be sufficient for our purpose.
It seems to me the simplest thing, since it's already, an amendment is already on the table, is to vote for or against it and then go back to.
So let me suggest this then. So if you withdraw the motion, that's where I was kind of going initially, so we're good now. So we'll suspend that motion temporarily. What I was also going to suggest, we've got a couple more lights. I wanted to, we've got 7 cards that of people who've signed up to testify, and perhaps before any votes are taken, we would hear from the public. Mr. Mosier.
May I just clarify one thing before you take public comment? So, Ms. Ellis, your comment about looking at half-days for parent-teacher conferences.
Okay, yeah, I know that could have been confusing.
It can't shorten the school year because you're taking school days away in one case and only hours away in the other, so you wouldn't meet the minimum number of days. So you can look at half-days for parent-teacher conferences, but it can't take those 2 days off the end of the year unless you find them somewhere else.
I'm sorry. So if we had school on those days and only had
you couldn't
partial day.
Correct. It counts as a school day.
Right.
Right. So you have 180 school days. You can't take the 2 days off the end of the year, or else you only have 178 school days, which doesn't meet state law.
If we go with the calendar in front of us, option B.
Correct.
And we have 2 parent-teacher conference days that schools are closed, and instead we amended an open school on those days, that adds 2 days.
You could do that, except that your high schools are not closed on both those days.
I thought, yeah.
Right?
No, there's one.
You're talking about the September? Oh, you're talking about the fall.
One in the fall, one in the spring. Those are the 2
You could do
I'm
that.
talking about.
That's what I'm saying. You have to make them up somewhere else. So as long as
Right. That was what I was suggesting.
Okay.
I wanted to the board to have a chance to look at the utilization of our parent-teacher conferences and consider addressing that. It doesn't impact tonight's vote.
Agreed. I just wanted to make sure that was clear. That's all.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you for that. We have 3 more board lights, and then we'll turn to public comment. Mr. Grannon.
Actually, Mr. President, I think you kind of read my mind. What I was going to say, in all due respect to my colleagues, is that we moved this agenda item here out of deference to our colleague who has a pretty serious injury. And I think out of, frankly, analogous respect and deference to the public, we should stop talking and speechifying, let the public speak, and then we vote. We speak with our votes. We're not here to convince anybody. Let's go to the public, and then we vote. That's how we speak.
Okay.
So please, it's not a motion, just please, no more board comments. Let's hear from the public and then vote.
I agree.
Okay, so 1 light has been eliminated. Thank you. But, you know, I'm going to call somebody out, but certainly it's her right to make a comment. Ms. Antoine.
So I certainly respect the time of the public, but you guys put me here so that I can make an informed decision. So I'd like to do that. I saw I haven't looked at the alternative calendar, but I haven't studied it. But I have looked at this one, and I had questions about all the TBDs. I understand that there are some state dependencies, but what I would like to understand the dependencies for example, under August, the new teacher onboarding kickoff, and then the reading program training initiatives for teachers. Just wanted to understand why they have not been determined yet.
Just a matter of planning that we're still having, because you haven't adopted a calendar yet. Right? So the date for a new teacher onboarding kickoff will be different if you adopt a post-Labor Day calendar.
So the dependency is the new is this
start
new
date of school.
alternative.
Yeah.
Okay, just I needed to understand that. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Antoine. At this time, we'll move to public comment. Venice Alexander, Isa Liggins. I apologize if I say any of these names incorrectly. Don Shinneman. Dr. Bash, I believe it's Farron. Please, come on up. We've and Mohammed Jamil. We'll start here, and then we'll continue with the other cards. Please come forward. Yes.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Sorry, thank you. First off, I've never done this before in my entire life. So first off, let me take a second and thank each and every one of you for your service to our community. I know that this is a tough job that each one of you have stepped up to do, and I appreciate you taking the time to listen to the public. The public is very important. We play a very active role in the community. We have children here. We live here. We chose to live here. And I think it's important that we, to Mr. Grannon's point, we take the time to listen to the public. I have been watching local politics very closely over the past couple of months, and I think it's become increasingly important for us as a society to really focus on politics overall. And when you look at the state's movement with regards to when schools should start post-Labor Day, seems to be a bipartisan approach. When you have a governor that has voted to allow our schools to start post-Labor Day, a comptroller that has also been for that very same standard. But then to give the control back to the local school system, I think was the right move. I know I only have 3 minutes, but I think that giving this time back to our children so that they can spend time with families and being able to enjoy that summer vacation is something that I know that if I could go back and do it all over again, I would want that time as well. So again, I appreciate you all taking the time to listen to us today. I really do hope that you consider us starting post-Labor Day. That would be my ask of each and every one of you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Whichever you like.
Good evening, President Gilliland, Vice President Ms. Corkadal, and members of the board. Peace and blessings to everyone present here. And I pray that, Ms. Dana, you feel better. E pluribus unum, out of many one, is the motto of our country. It should be a constant reminder of being conscious of inclusion of many into the one. And Arundel County was created out of St. Mary's County in 1634 and named after Anne Arundel, the wife of Lord Calvert, in 1650. English, few natives, German, Irish, and Italians were its main inhabitants in most of the 17th century. Black slaves were brought to work in tobacco plantations and started replacing the white indentured servants. Demand for slaves in the South in cotton plantations and the Industrial Revolution reduced the black population in the 20th century. Anne Arundel County's population increased 2,500 times from 23,000 in 1790 to 576,000 in 2018. Along with the seismic change in its composition of different races. Today, we are a nation of immigrants from every nation on earth, from Afghanistan to Zanzibar, alphabetically speaking. There is no one single culture. There is no one American cuisine. Salsa, curry, chutney have become part of our culinary vocabulary. Laws are made by men and women and are amended by men and women to improve the quality of the society. No rules or policies can be static or beholden to yesterday's traditions or exceptions or exclusions, because such policies will become recipe for prejudice, which in turn become root of all discrimination. The founding fathers were visionary and foresaw the miracle in the evolution of our great society. Its harmony and peace is dependent upon the leaders to lead with wisdom and courage to understand, revere, respect, and tolerate the differences by accepting and providing equality to all, to uphold the indivisibility, liberty, and justice for all. We have confidence in this board to recognize the seismic change and to revisit the yesterday's policies for equity and equality for all of our children in the Anne Arundel County public school system. You must consider that the religious holidays must be treated equally for all. No exceptions, no preferences, That's all. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you.
Good evening to all. I'm Dr. Ferron. I'm a board member in Anne Arundel County Muslim Council. Equity in this school system is really at the heart. Equity means the school system would help those who need help so they have equal opportunity and equal chances at success. Equity and equality is really at the heart of Anne Arundel County Public Schools. Of course, we have liberty for all, we have justice for all, and that is regardless of national origin, color, faith, etc. We ask you in this proposed calendar of 2021 to treat our community, our students, equally to others, to treat us not as half, but as full citizens, taxpayers. So we want really a chair around the table, and this calendar is like a table. We don't want half chair. But if you can't give us really a full chair, equal to others, at least give us half for this time around. Our nation suffers from a lot of problems. County is not excluded. Slavery has been abolished, but equity and equality has been a dream, and we have not really fulfilled that completely. So I ask you in this proposed calendar to make the Eid as a school closure day equals to others. And if you can't, for whatever reason, at least make it a professional day for this year, so our students would enjoy the time with their family, enjoy the culture, just like other students, and they would not really feel behind. I want to borrow from the establishment of this school system. Reverend Buckelin in 1864 established the school system, and he was looking for board members to be wise, energetic, and I believe you are. And then the poster outside says, welcome. Welcome to all. The journey for the students to greatness is all what it is. Elevating all students, again the word all, eliminating all gaps. This proposed calendar has a gap in it because it doesn't treat all students equally. So I have been a citizen for 46 years, and I felt it with my kids. I know many of the students in this county feel the same way, and I hope that you would take that in consideration and make an amendment to move one of the professional days to be a time coinciding with Eid. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, respected board members. My name is Issa Liggins. It's my first time ever coming to one of these things before. I'm also Muslim, and tonight I know, like, I'm not the only one from across this county or around the country or anything like that, which also means that I'm not the only person affected by the policies that you guys make, which is one of the reasons I decided to come today. But my purpose today is simple. I want one of the days on the calendar to be recognized professionally as a day off for Eid al-Fitr. Because just like you guys want to better our educational experience and how we learn in school, I feel like it's also you guys' job to better how you cater to your students and make them feel sort of accepted in their school environment. Because as a society, I mean, there's a lot of members from the NAACP here today. It's great to see that we're moving towards a culture of inclusivity and things like that, but I feel like it's sort of lacking in our calendar that's right here in front of us. For me, because mainly it's like, just like all other people from other religions, Muslims also have families and children that they like to celebrate their holidays with and spend time with each other. Just like maybe Christmas or Hanukkah or maybe either other, lesser known holidays. It's sort of a cultural value that I think that as Americans and basically as people, I think we should recognize universally. So as like a student in this county, my whole entire life, it's kind of been a major disappointment for me to not see this recognized as a day off. I mean, I was making the gingerbread cookies and stuff and all the, menorahs for when I was in, 5th grade or kindergarten or things like that. But I felt like the people who were supposed to be, looking out for me and making sure that I could aspire to what I wanted to be, they weren't stepping up and doing that. And I had to go home, right now, thankfully, I'm valedictorian in my class, but I had to go home and basically recompensate and, as my mom likes to say, move 2 steps faster than everybody else in order to catch up. And my thing is, it really starts to beg the question, what does my religion have that you guys is offering? It really starts to seem like it's almost like targeted inferiority. Like you guys were talking just a second ago about, there's going to be 2 days off the school year. We have a whole week for Christmas break, but none of the days are ever there for Eid. I think, quite frankly, that's unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you for listening. Thank you for listening to my community, and we will be back to every board meeting, hopefully.
Thank you. We have 2 more cards. Tiffany Reebsam and Paul Gallagher. If they're here. Tiffany Reebsam and Paul Gallagher. Not here. Okay. Back to board comments at this point. Mrs. Schalheim.
I want to thank each and every one of you for your testimony. And I hear you, this lands with me. It's not just about me. It's not just about one. It's about all of us and about equity. And so I'd like to offer all right. Okay. So I'm gonna let Rita speak, but I just want to say that I hear you, and it does land with me.
Sorry, I was just checking a few things. But I would like to move that if legally sound, and I believe I have the nod, I move to make May 13th, the day of Eid al-Fitr, a professional development day for Anne Arundel County.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. So board questions and comments at this point. Mrs. Hummer?
So if that is made a professional development day, then that is going to put us 1 day short on our number of days.
That's correct.
So I'm asking Ms. Alvey, where would you propose that day be added?
As far as my motion was to move one of the existing professional development days to that day,
The only existing,
wherever best fit.
well, but the only existing full professional development day that you have is between semesters, which is negotiated and has to stay there.
Okay.
All the other professional development days are half-days, as you know. There's only one full day.
I'm sorry, just so the public is hearing what, I'm sorry, I was going to ask if you could just.
Yes, I just was clarifying Ms. Alvey that and now for the board and all those here, we have only a single, as Mr. Mosier said, full professional development day, and that's in between the semesters. That's time for teachers to close out one semester and start another semester. So to move that that we'd have to negotiate that. That's part of a negotiated agreement.
Any? Okay. Mrs. Corkadell.
Yeah, if I just may,
Excuse me.
Both board members, Ms. Schalheim and Alvey, I would suggest that perhaps we suspend the motion so that we can get have further dialogue on this. Our calendar adoption does not preclude us from editing it at a near future date if it is not going to conform to what we need it to. I'm just going to toss that out there as an option, that we make sure that we have it in order beforehand, and so that it can be well supported.
Can I say something? We're not here to ask
Colonel,
for May 13th, one day.
Colonel, I can't, once I allow, then I've got to allow everybody else to start speaking on this, so please, let's hear what our colleagues here have to say.
So in order to be legally sound, just to make sure that I'm not creating a mess that I don't mean to start, I will suspend that motion then until a further date when it's been reassessed, if possible, to implement this day as a professional day or another day in respect to what we heard. And instead, I would just like to make the comment that I hope this board creates the most equitable calendar possible in coming years, respective to all faiths and cultures represented within our diverse county.
Thank you, Ms. Alvey. Ms. Antwine.
I want to make it clear, and would request legal counsel on how we do our calendars in terms of religious observances. We want to make sure that we move forward in alignment with the law, as well as be inclusive. But this should not be, well, you got Christmas on there or you got this on there. It should be legally compliant, and it should also accommodate our students as they testified tonight. So could we please get counsel to tell us what our authority is on this?
Yes, at this point, I'll ask Mr. Burns to come up. While he's doing that, I'll turn to Ms. Alvey again.
And for that very reason, Ms. Antoine, I just wanted to make sure that if this is okay with you, that we had this conversation more in depth, and we also have the time to hear from all the other public comment that we have today. So I would request that Mr. Burns give a brief answer to your question, but that we do go in depth and make sure that this is as legally sound as possible so that we can sustain this day off if it is to come about.
I wholeheartedly agree. I just want us to do this correctly, as we are emphasizing we're trying to be inclusive for sure and equal in our calendars, but we want to be legally compliant, and also we want to be aware that there are a lot of other religions that may have a case as well.
I have a point of information, Mr. President. This board's comments about religious holidays has, in the very recent past, led to significant legal challenges. I do not think it is in the board's interest to have Mr. Burns come and speak to this issue off the cuff without anything prepared. I would ask that he not do so.
I'm just requesting that, and I'm not asking that you give us a full briefing. I'm requesting that you share what the law allows us to do as a board. That's all.
And as a board member who could be sued, I'm requesting that he not do that now. There's no reason to do that now. This motion by Ms. Alvey has been removed. This is not for grandstanding. The issue's been addressed. It's going to happen down the road. It's not going to happen now.
So, you guys are making me work tonight. So I do, the point that Mr. Gran is making, I think Ms. Antwine's asking some very valid questions that I think we need to have answered. And certainly, I agree with Mr. Granon's point that I would prefer you had time to prepare, and then perhaps we can have these questions asked during a public session at another time. And I think it was Mrs. Corkadell who referenced we can certainly make additional changes as need be at a later point. So in deference to Mr. Grannon's point of information, I'm just going to ask you, Mr. Burns, are you comfortable with my assessment at this point?
I think in order to close the loop, because you'd asked for advice of counsel following a public discussion of at least some of the issues that are raised by considering some of the requests that have come in front of the board and some of the discussion of board members, I can answer Ms. Antoine's question while at the same time conforming with Mr. Grannon's concerns. It's pretty straightforward. The issue of, in any direction, religion in the public schools in this country, not just in Maryland, is very complex. This board knows, as Mr. Grannon alluded to, not just in this state but other places, there's ample court cases, state laws, other laws that bear on the subject. It would be injudicious for board counsel to just, on the fly, give you advice about what you heard tonight or what you might do tonight. The better thing to say is there are federal and state laws that bear on the subject. It is complex. It relates both to fact and factual record as well as law. And the right thing to do is to study it well, take my advice as you wish to, take other legal counsel as you wish to, but to put a lot of effort into your decision making rather than simply make it on the spur of the moment. You have an important calendar decision in front of you tonight. Important other issues have been raised. You can address them in due time, and as someone noted, you still have some time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Burns. Mr. Grannon, you still had the floor with the...
Yeah, with that, thank you, Mr. Burns. With that, I move the adoption of the superintendent's recommended calendar as amended with a start date after Labor Day.
Okay. Just that motion had been suspended, so you're now making a new motion to amend?
I'm raising the same motion that was raised by Ms. Ellis.
All right, so I want to be clear, everybody knows what we're voting on, or what we're about to vote on. So Mr. Grannon has amended, made a motion to amend the superintendent's recommendation to, in essence, be the option B calendar, which has a post-Labor Day start. That is the motion on the floor at this time. And it's now been seconded. And again, that's what Mrs. Ellis was discussing earlier. So the motion now is to amend. So this would be a vote on an amendment, okay, and then we'll vote on final adoption following. So this is an amendment vote to amend the superintendent's recommendation to be a post-Labor Day start, in essence following option B here. Mrs. Howe, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Grannon.
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim.
Nay.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
Ms. Antwine.
Aye.
Mr. Leib.
Aye.
Ms. Hummer.
Nay.
Ms. Alvey.
Nay.
Ms. Corkadell.
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-3.
So we've just passed the amendment, okay, for the post-Labor Day start. At this point, we have 3 board questions remaining, and Mr. Grannon, I think you're fine now. Okay.
If we're good after Labor Day, I'm good.
Okay. Mrs. Ellis and then Mrs. Schallheim.
Thank you. In light of the discussion, if you could help me understand procedurally, would we visit this as a future agenda item as far as the additional day that's been discussed? Would that be a future agenda item?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Dr. Arlotto, when we do have that discussion, could you bring information for the board on how that, I believe it's May 13th, Ms. Alvey was asking about. Can you educate us and the public on the AP exams that would happen that day and how that would be handled? And then, and I believe there was a decision made by the College Board. I think people will be concerned, and that information should be out there. And then, if you could, I understand also that right now it is negotiated that February 1st is a professional day. If you could educate us and the public about what takes place on that day. We have 2 early dismissals prior to that day dealing with the end of the marking period. So if you could just share with us what happens on that professional development day, that would be great.
Well, I'd be glad to do that. Just so you can begin to think about it and when the board decides to put this back on as an agenda item, and you let us know, we'll certainly prepare some comments to bring that to you. Regarding advanced placement exams, yes, the 13th on the in the 2021 calendar is a full testing day.
Right.
So if we go to professional development day, students won't be there, and none of those students will be able to take that exam. How that will be impacted, I don't know.
I believe there was a decision made by the College Board just in the last couple days about it.
To move, correct, to allow for those students that chose to take the day to observe the holiday, they were going to set up another testing day for those students. You're now talking about closing down schools so nobody takes the exam.
So
and
I guess
those would have to be rescheduled. So I'm just putting that for food for thought because I don't have an answer.
Right,
this wasn't something that staff and I had talked about it
Right.
or explored. I had talked to the College Board leadership about that day as a religious observance day for our practicing Muslim students. And so I had that conversation with them about 2 weeks ago, knowing that that was an issue. There are other school systems that are concerned about it as well. That's food for thought.
Yeah. Okay.
Regarding the February day, that is, again, a negotiated day. We can talk more about it, but that is a day that is left to the teachers and staff to plan their own. We don't plan professional development that day. That's a day that they can use to close out their semester to get ready for the next semester.
Okay. Thank
Be
you.
glad to talk about it when you put it back on the agenda.
Thank you. And then I had one more.
Sure.
It was looking at our professional development early dismissal days. Currently, they all are early dismissals on Wednesdays, 4 times throughout the school year. I would like to propose that they either happen on Fridays instead of Wednesday, or a late open on Monday. And Dr. Arlotto, I don't know if you could shed light on, and thank you, I've received a lot of public input on this too, so it brought it to my attention. I don't know if you have any advice on that for us, Dr. Arlotto, as far as would a late opening on Monday be feasible for professional development? I certainly don't see why early dismissal on Friday wouldn't be. And one of the big concerns that I heard is, and this has impacted my family, is on early dismissal days, a lot of times students have to go home. They're not allowed to stay in the school, and then they have to return to school for their extracurriculars, athletics, whatever that is, and that creates a real hardship on some families. So that's why I think less of those extracurriculars happen on Fridays. So that's why I'm proposing it. But I guess if you have something to offer that I perhaps had not considered when making this proposal, I'd certainly like to.
I don't at this time.
Okay.
It's not something we had discussed prior, so no, unfortunately, I don't have anything to add at this time.
Well, I'm proposing as an amendment that we move our professional development early dismissals to Friday instead of Wednesdays.
Okay, and
Yes.
just so we're clear, do you have the dates, or are they
Yeah,
throughout?
those 4 early dismissal days. October 21st, December 9th, February 10th, and April 21st.
Okay, so so everyone's clear on what we're voting on, Mrs. Ellis has made a motion. Is there a second? There's a motion and a second to change the 4 early dismissal days that currently occur on Wednesdays. And those dates are October 21st, December 9th, February 10th, April 21st. And is it your desire to move those to the Friday in the same week?
Yes.
So Wednesday to Friday?
Friday of the same week. Yes, yes.
Okay, that's the motion. It's been seconded. We'll turn to discussion on that motion now. Mr. Schalheim, you're with something else?
Yes.
Okay. On this, or on this motion?
No, not on this
Okay. Ms. Alvey.
I would just ask that we suspend the motion for now if you're comfortable with that, again, so that we can have sufficient time in order to review if this is something feasible and best for our students, because I don't feel comfortable making that decision kind of on the fly.
I second Ms. Alvey's motion to table it temporarily until we can get better information, including from the calendar committee and potentially from more public comment through another survey.
I'm good with that. I'll withdraw for now. I'd like to see it on the agenda when we visit the other calendar issue.
Okay, thank you for that. You just simplified for me. So we've withdrawn that motion. Mrs. Schalheim.
Okay. I do have a motion. So let's talk about spring break for a second. There's the assumption that everyone has family nearby. That isn't the case with this community. You know, we have a large military community. They've been stationed here. They don't necessarily have family nearby. I don't have family nearby. And traveling, that leaves the only time to travel to see family is in the summer. And I get that this is a total first world problem. However, I am not for just having the Thursday, Friday, and Monday as spring break. And so I would like to motion to add at least another day to that. I do believe it is a good idea to have a more substantial break between winter break and what is approaching the third Friday of June. And so, yeah, I moved to extend spring break to include at least that Wednesday to start with. So at least it would be Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Although, honestly, I would have rather have gone for the whole week, like all other school districts seem to do, except for us. So.
And how many total days would that be for the students?
So Ms. Schalheim's motion is to add Wednesday to spring break.
Yeah, that's right.
That's the motion. Is there a second on that motion?
A second.
Okay, a point of
Okay,
clarification.
there's a motion and a second. Mrs. Hummer.
Would that mean to change the end of the school year, to add an additional day to the end of the school year to make up that day? Just want to clarify, so that would make the last day of school the 21st of June? Okay. Okay.
Okay, there's a motion. It's been seconded. Additional discussion, Ms. Antoine.
Okay, so I believe if once we get all the shuffling done that we requested, I believe we wouldn't have to go all the way nearly through the end of June to get this done by adding that one day. I believe we would find the days back on the calendar. I would then make a motion that we have a calendar that includes, an updated calendar that includes some of the requests that we made today, as well as this motion to add the date for spring break. I truly don't believe we'll end up in nearly the last week of June if we added a date to spring break.
Okay, Ms. Antoine, just so I want to understand, make sure we're doing this stuff procedurally correct here. And everybody loves these piggyback motions tonight. And like I said, you're making me work. Mrs. Schalheim's motion is on the floor right now. What are you trying to edit her?
So when the clarification came up, it was June 21st, and I'm just doing my dirty math here, and I'm considering what we requested, and to include the closings and the professional development days. I believe we would end up having time back, or at least being able to fit it where we would still end on the 18th. I believe once that's all managed and put together, we would see a new calendar for that. I would not be able to support something that goes all the way through June for several reasons, but I just don't believe we will be ending on that if we add that date to spring break.
Okay, so that's just a comment. So there's no motion being made. Okay, thank you. Mrs. Schalheim.
Actually, with all the shuffling going back and forth, and since we're going to revisit this on a near future date on another agenda, I also move that we table final approval of said calendar until all the chips have fallen.
Okay, so you have two live motions now. Are you withdrawing your first motion?
Sure, but
on spring break?
Okay.
I have a point of order, Mr. President.
Yes,
A
Mr.
majority of the board has already adopted this calendar.
No, we didn't do a final adoption.
A majority of the board has adopted this calendar, and it would take a majority of the board to change that.
Correct. And at this point, Mrs. Schalheim has made a motion to table, and that motion at this point is going to take priority. And what are we doing here?
We voted on the amendment, and then we were going to vote on the final adoption.
Okay, so we have a motion to table. Mrs. Schalheim has made a motion to table the final adoption of the calendar. Okay, so a vote in the affirmative would mean that we don't vote for calendar tonight. A vote against means we're back here on the main motion, which is to vote for a calendar as amended. So a vote yes is to table. A vote no is to ensure that we vote tonight. So I just want to make sure everybody knows what they're voting on. Mrs. Howe, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Grannon.
I'm voting nay, and I'd like this recorded with the understanding that the majority of the board has already voted conclusively that school will start after Labor Day, as proposed in option B.
Ms. Schalheim.
Aye, because I think we should wait because we have other things to consider.
Ms. Ellis.
Nay.
Ms. Antwine.
Aye.
Mr. Lyde.
Nay.
Ms. Hummer.
Nay, but I do, as we've said before, that we revisit this calendar in the meetings sometime ahead to revisit these additional options that people are bringing out when we have more information that time, but nay to tabling things for tonight. Move forward.
Ms. Alvey.
Nay, and what Ms. Hummer said.
Ms. Corkadell.
Nay.
Mr. Gilliland.
No. Okay, motion to table fails.
7-2.
We are back. I have no further board lights at this point. Any further board member comments on the calendar? All right. We are now going to vote on the calendar as amended by Mr. Grannon / Mrs. Ellis. I give you some credit there.
Gellis. Grellis.
This is a vote on final adoption of the 2020-2021 calendar. Mrs. Howe, would you please call roll?
Mr. Grannon.
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim.
Nay, I'm not going to vote on something that doesn't have the equity addressed and some of the other things.
Ms. Ellis. Ms. Antwine.
Aye.
Mr. Lyde. Ms. Hummer. Ms. Alvey.
Nay.
Ms. Corkadell.
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-3.
Thank you. Mr. Mosher?
Just for clarity, can I think you've made 3 changes tonight, right, for us to have a calendar that you will then revisit at a later date. Option B is 1. The motion about tests and examinations, the language and the religious observance is the 2nd. And Ms. Alvey's motion about the option to make up work is the 3rd.
The 3rd paragraph.
Okay.
Or last paragraph. Yes.
Right.
Okay.
You didn't vote on early dismissals.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
It's coming back.
No, I just the
just on
motions
what
that you
passed.
have passed this evening. I just want to be clear on.
Okay. So we did, we voted to adopt a post-Labor Day start.
Correct.
Post-Labor Day start calendar.
Correct.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Mosher. Okay, we will now move to public comment. Anyone wishing to speak on an item not on today's agenda may offer testimony during this public comment portion of the meeting. Speakers are allotted 3 minutes each and may not allocate their time to others. The tone will sound when time has expired. The board asks the comments remain civil and appropriate for the various audiences that may be watching or viewing this meeting. Student-specific and personnel matters are confidential and cannot be discussed in this forum. It is not the board's general practice to engage in a question and answer session with speakers. For the record, please give your name before speaking, and handouts should be given to the board assistant. We have 6 chairs and a podium, so I am going to call these in groups of 6 to start. And first, I'd like to start with Councilwoman Jessica Hare, if she's still here. Yes, there you are. Kevin Jackson, Shirley Little, and Robert Silkworth. I'm sorry, and Jamie Huggins, 6. We'll do 6.
Good evening, Mr. President, Ms. Vice President, Dr. Arlotto, members of the board. We've talked actually a lot so far this evening about equity within the school and equal opportunity, and I want to talk to you tonight a little bit about a different type of opportunity, and that is access when it comes to athletic facilities. There are a number of people here tonight who I think will come before you to talk specifically about South County and some challenges there. So I'd like to start by sort of readily admitting that you all have an enormous challenge. You're trying to provide for equality of opportunity for students throughout the county. And in different parts of the county, that may provide very different circumstances that you have to take into consideration, and that is exactly what you have in South County. Mr. Jackson gave me a tour not too long ago of some of the South County fields and the challenges that we face down there. And just to highlight a couple of them for you, a number of students, a large proportion of students, are on free and reduced meals in the southern portion of the county. And just given the geographic nature of South County, there is an additional access problem in terms of distance between facilities. And I say this to highlight this for you all because sometimes I think when we are looking at equality of opportunity, it gets looked at in terms of districts. Does District 1 have similar facilities to District 2? Does District 2 have similar facilities to 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? And that can make sense, except for the fact that District 7 is 25% or more of the county. And so for a student who lives in the most southern tip of the county, that can pose a real significant burden to get further up. And if you can imagine the emotional difficulty that that person might face if they are playing a home game 40 minutes away from their home and their neighbors and their friends can't necessarily cheer them on. Other people here are much smarter than I will talk much more about the specific details. I just ask that you please keep in mind the testimony of the teachers, the parents, and the coaches that you will hear from tonight when it comes time to decide which athletic facilities may get your attention first in the upcoming years. Thank you.
Great. Councilwoman Hare, thank you so much for being here. Mr. Jackson, welcome back.
Good to be here, sir. Good evening. My name is Kevin Jackson. I'm the president of South County Youth Association. As a 6-year former at-large member of this board, I have been blessed to have served many hours in this boardroom. I know a few of you on the board today and appreciate the relationship we have and the common bond for kids in their growth and development. I had the fortunate experience of being a part of this board at the time we hired your current superintendent, Dr. George Arlotto. I came tonight to ask you to consider the inequity of youth athletics across South County. We need your help in areas involving future budgets. If you, as a governing body, want to better tackle the achievement, opportunity, and discipline gaps for kids, we stand ready. The issue we have today surrounds the inequities for our southern cluster. The inequity must stop when it comes to youth athletics. If you want better, more focused kids in the classroom that don't have behavioral issues, then don't shortchange youth athletics. It keeps kids focused and away from trouble. Where you invest is where your real priorities and values are in life. I have spoken to you personally, Ms. Corcadell, and to you, Dr. Arlotto, about the lack of Bermuda and turf fields in South County. Outside of Southern High School, we have nothing in South County, and the high school is one of the last 2 remaining high schools that does not have 2 turf fields for its kids. As new high schools go up in Anne Arundel County, which is a good thing, what about our youngest kids in South County? We need you to address the issue now as a policy matter and governing body with Mr. Rick Anthony and Ms. Jessica Lays at the Department of Recreation and Parks Department. We need you to address the inequities of gym space as well in South County. We have 4 elementary schools, South County Recreation Center, the middle schools, and high school gyms for 431 kids, 84 volunteers, and 42 basketball teams. You do the math. It is logistically impossible, but we as volunteers make it work. However, we need your help. All of us here tonight need your help. Dr. Arlotto recently wrote in an op-ed that was published in the Capitol recently entitled, "Let's Talk About Eradicating Hate and Bias," and asked some questions. He said, and I quote, How do you help our children learn to engage in a meaningful and thoughtful discussion that can lead not to universal agreement, but to acceptance and understanding? How do we help our children build a better toolbox to react to the breadth of situations that they encounter? He went on to answer his questions by stating, that's the impetus behind our Global Community Citizenship course. You can read the rest online because there is goodness, civil discourse, empathy, and other things in his answer. What is not in his answer is the goodness that we bring to the table as coaches and volunteers that costs you, the Board of Education, nothing but better partnership. SCY is the only county-accredited youth sports organization south of Highway 214. We have cognizance over all football, basketball, tennis, soccer, baseball, wrestling, cheer, lacrosse, futsal, volleyball, softball, and field hockey. Many of our sports commissioners are here tonight because they care, like you, about kids. They have stories from their community, and we ask that you listen to their stories and act. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. And Mr. Silkworth, one second. If we could turn to Mrs. Corkadell for a moment.
Mic on. There we go. I first want to thank the councilwoman for coming down. And Mr. Jackson, before we even talk about, before I even comment about your issue, and I'm going to be very brief, we've got a full house tonight here, I just want to thank you and every single person that works in SCYA. I know firsthand the hard work the volunteers do, and I'd like to think that South County has an even more embracing aspect to it. And why do I say that? Because of the diversity that Ms. Hare has expressed. South County is not urban, yet it meets very similar profiles to other areas of our county who have a larger quantity of farm students and have varying extreme socioeconomic diversity. And in that effort, I just want to just let you and your organization know that I am committed to doing my part with it, as I always have and for many, many years, in support in a variety of ways. I would like to ask the board, I don't know if it needs to be a motion or not, if I could have consensus. I have an idea of what I think that we can start to do now. The budget is going to be a process, and there are a lot of moving factors, as you well pointed out, as it relates with county, as it relates with facilities. And so I would like to, however, get the ball rolling as it relates to perhaps the delegation, our state delegation, and along with the county. And so I'm proposing consensus or motion, depending on how you guys feel about it, that we perhaps work with Dr. Arlotto and show support in a more formal capacity outside of on this dais tonight, and place letters of support in the capacity that we are able to as they continue to work through the varying budget processes, because this to me is in our wheelhouse of the things that we were talking about as opportunity, as it relates to opportunity gaps. When we talk about children being able to access after-school activities, which we have heard from various groups, this is just one way that we can help that. And I think putting our name is a little to go a long way. I'll also point out that, there are going to be other aspects of this that we'll continue to have discussions with, and I don't even want to breach them as in the here and now. I would like to listen to our fellow members. But I think I would like to ask for consensus that we support some of their efforts for some of these fields to expand on it as they may need fit for grants, state support, and county support that go beyond our purview.
I second that. If you will, we'll take yes for an answer. Take yes, you got it. Yes.
Okay.
We're good.
Okay. If we're good, then we don't need to motion on it, or is there?
However you want to do it. Make a motion. I'll second.
That's the motion, and Mr. Granon second. Then.
Second.
Okay. Can you restate the motion?
Restate it because it was more of a
briefly
it was a statement.
The motion.
I request that the board provide letter and similar documentations of support for various state grant and county funding as it relates to providing the additional resources for the SCYA's program and its program boundaries.
Okay.
Can
Motion and a second.
I make a friendly amendment to that, just to get it a little more compact?
Absolutely.
This is a friendly amendment, is that the sense of the board is that the athletic fields in South County as currently situated are wholly inadequate and need significant funding to improve. Is that better?
And gym, sir. And gym space.
And gym space.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, I think we're in pretty good shape.
Okay, and Ms. Antoine, questions or comments?
So I just want to understand, the motion is that the board specifically identifies the South County fields?
The motion is the SCYA, which is the South County Youth Athletics. They're going, as they make requests to provide additional resources, that we show support of that it's the will of that we're demonstrating support outwardly. It's sort of like a resolution.
So my own, and by the way, I'm all for it, but all does mean all, and I can tell you in District 1 we have some areas of concern, and we have strong support. And when I say District 1, I'm talking North County, Old Mill, Meade, and other feeder systems, Glen Burnie. If we make this motion, I would just friendly amend that if we're making such show of support via letter to the state, is what I'm understanding, then we do it for all of our schools.
I think that that makes perfect sense, and I'm 110% on board. I would, however, suggest that maybe the group that we are suggesting to in District 1 come and contact us, because their needs may be different than the other needs.
I have been here nearly a year at this point, and I don't need a group to come and tell me what the problems are in District 1.
Okay.
I am just saying, if we support one entity, and we should support all of them.
That's fair.
Okay. Okay. I see no further board. Mr. Leib.
Thank you, Mr. President. Kevin, good to see you.
See you, sir.
Yeah, just Councilman here. I understand exactly what you're asking us to do, Ms. Corkadell, and I've been a resident of South County since 1986, so I'm very much aware of what goes on. I coached my daughter in softball, and throughout her pre-high school years, through her high school years, so I understand how spread out it is. I understand how we seem to have, there is a deficit there. But I question whether pre-committal of this board to support things that have not laid in front of us, we're getting out of our lane. In all respect to the councilman, facilities throughout the county, not including the schools, are the responsibility of Anne Arundel County government. I know out in the General's Highway area, there's a tremendous deficit for fields. I mean, I showed up at my grandson's first soccer game at Arundel Middle School, and I was aghast because I didn't realize how in demand athletic fields are everywhere in our county, not just in South County. It's everywhere. And I know at one point in time the administration was going through efforts with the federal government to try and build soccer fields on the dairy farm property that we lease from the federal government, but that fell flat in its face after a little bit of time. What I'm just trying to say is, you know, I understand and I support Kevin's efforts, and I admire him for doing it. I mean, it's a big chunk of time, it's a lot of work to do, but I don't know if it's in our lane to commit now and say, you know, we support something, you know, in such a conceptual view, when as a board, you know, that commitment carries things with it. So I don't want to be a rock in the spoke here, and I don't want to put things to stop. But I understand the concerns. I'm ready to listen to them, and I'll, you know, lobby on behalf of them with the county government.
But that's, I think, where this more appropriately lies.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Leib. Mr. Grannon.
Just briefly as to my earlier comments, I didn't mean to imply by my statement that there weren't inadequacies in other places, perhaps in District 1. What I'm saying is, at least in my view, if this was just one person's opinion, there comes a point where if you emphasize everything, you highlight nothing. And what I'm saying is I'm convinced by what I heard that this is a special circumstance that needs a special sense of the board to be articulated, and we have to be comfortable. I'm saying you have to vote for it, but you have to be comfortable being accountable to vote up or down on that. And I'm going to vote for that. So if you don't want to vote for it, don't vote for it.
Mrs. Corkinell.
So just to clarify a little bit, and also because my motion will stand as is, but you know, South County does have very unique needs and that are in need of now. And what I'm getting at is that there's a desire for, they're going to be asking for very specific things. And some of them include, are back to Mr. Anthony, and some of them going back to the state delegation. And these types of funding alternatives do have a direct benefit if we were to demonstrate support. These are for specific things, not in general. And and these are things that have been in a pipeline, sitting on a list for 5-7 years. And so without going into a 30-minute detail of it, I will just reiterate that I do think that although what Mr. Leib has merit, and Ms. Antwine, that ultimately these folks have come down here today to ask for our help with a problem. And we clearly cannot just write out a check and make the problem go away. But we do have the power of our opinion as a body, and I know that opinion will be put to good use. I am not opposed to adding that opinion for other good uses across the county. But the issue at hand is these folks here with us tonight, in large, for this specific problem, and I would like to keep it to my motion to that as edited, friendly amended by Mr. Grannon.
Okay. Further board questions or comments at this point? Can we, on Mrs. Corkadell's motion, would you please call a roll?
Mr. Grannon.
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim.
Nay, because all needs to mean all, and if we're talking about equity, then we have to talk about equity, and that goes for up and down the county. No disrespect, but I agree with Ms. Antwine.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
Ms. Antwine.
I'll have to go nay. And I would also say that if there are concerns within our purview, as Mr. Light pointed out, that we have an upcoming budget and we address that very thoroughly in our budget as well.
Mr. Leib.
Nay.
Ms. Hummer.
Nay.
Ms. Alvey.
Aye, because to me, equity means extending a hand to those who rarely get one.
Ms. Corkadell.
Aye.
Mr. Grannon.
I started it. Aye.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gillen.
Aye.
5-4, motion passes.
Motion passed. Okay, let me, and that was extremely important. I appreciate the motion. I'm glad it passed. I voted for it. But I just want to caution my colleagues on the board, if we're going to comment on every speaker, we've got 40 cards in front of us tonight. 40 people want to testify on some
my
very
vote
serious...
was on condition that they take yes for an answer. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. I'm serious.
And I hope
You
some,
gotta take yes for an
I
answer.
hope some will take that, will heed that advice. I just want to say I've got the cards in front of me that have the topics that people want to talk about tonight. Some of them are very important, very sensitive topics that I know a lot of people are waiting now a couple hours to talk about. So I'm going to ask my colleagues, as much as possible, if we can suspend commenting after each speaker, we can move the agenda along. Mr. Silkworth.
Good evening, President Gill and Vice President Corkadell, Dr. Arlato, distinguished board members. My name is Robert Silkworth. I'm here this evening as a member of the High School Concerns Group and the ASI CAC Advisory Group. The great news, thanks for the opportunity to collaborate. These groups have already met several times, and we have discussed concerns about performance matters, redo issues, workload issues for special ed teachers, the role of DCs, the role of restorative practice in our schools, and of course teachers covering classes because of lack of substitutes. For the most part, these are issues that we seem to discuss every year, and we need to tweak them a little bit. This year is my 48th year as a teacher. You might remember that last year I told you that last year was one of my most difficult and challenging years, and it was. Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes the job of a teacher is overwhelming. That is sometimes why we lose teachers early in the year. I want to try to help you understand from my perspective as a veteran classroom teacher. I always tell young or new teachers that the most important thing in the beginning of the year is the building of that relationship piece between the teacher and students. When we look at these new faces, we do not know one another. There is no bond which connects us. In French, they call it un lien. We don't have that lien. This lien is essential if learning and growth are to take place. As I often do, I ask some of my students at the beginning of the year to do something. I give them this statement. I say, complete this. If my teacher only knew. I want to share a few of these with you this year. This is what a student said to me. If my teacher only knew that my mom had to go to the hospital and she died a few weeks ago. If my teacher only knew that I have serious anger problems and I can't focus in your class, I'm not going to pass. If my teacher only knew that I cannot complete all of my work because I have to go home and take care of my brothers and sisters every day. If my teacher only knew that I've been so angry and out of focus because my brother was shot and he's in the hospital. If my teacher only knew that my mom has an addiction and she seems to care more about that than me. If my teacher only knew that I'm hungry, my parents are out of work, there's not much to eat. Ladies and gentlemen, this is from one class. So now I know a little bit about my students. And although I do not have all the answers, I know that part of my job is to help my students cope with the issues they face each and every day. That's my job. And it can be overwhelming. Ladies and gentlemen, there's good news. 48 years experience, I worked a little magic. The student who lost his mom is back in school and coping well. The student with anger management problems finished Q1 with 81% when she failed every course last year. The student caring for siblings is also passing all classes and is better organized. The brother who was upset and angry about his brother being shot is happy his brother survived. The student who is bitter about her mom's addiction is coping much better and has a better understanding of her problem. She is much more understanding, she's less bitter. The student who was hungry sometimes still needs help, and at North County High School, guess what? That's what we do. This student knows where to go. As educators, it is our job to know our students and to care about them, and that's the importance of the relationship piece. Ladies and gentlemen, we all must know about one another, our students, our colleagues, our fellow board members. We all must challenge ourselves to build relationships in a positive manner each and every day so that we can meet the needs of the people we serve. It can be overwhelming, but ladies and gentlemen, failure is not an option. I guess that's one reason that I've continued to teach for 48 years and collaborate as I have. Where would our students be if they did not have people like you, people like Dr. Arlato's staff, and all of the teachers that I seem to represent? Ladies and gentlemen, again, Thanksgiving coming up, I would like to say thank you to all of you. You know I always end with some kudos, and kudos to Dr. Arlato, Dr. McMahon, Jason Dykstra, Anna Harding, and the staff, because we recently did have an issue with performance matters, and you guys did come through to help us out with that. And finally, kudos to the Maryland Teacher of the Year, Ms. Teresa Beistein. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr.
Good evening, Board. Good evening, Dr. Arlato. My name is Jamie Huggins. I am from South County, and I will try to be brief as Kevin has already knocked it out of the park for us here. So I am the coach down in South County. I coach volleyball, basketball, and lacrosse. I also am the volleyball commissioner at South County. Took that on this year. So I also have a 5th grader and 9th grader. Both are girls. Both are 3-sport athletes. My 9th grader finished the quarter 1 with a 3.14 or 4.14. Thank you. So I wanted to talk a little bit about our facilities also and our fields. Our community is growing. I moved to South County as a junior in 1997. I moved away. I got married and I started my family. And when we were trying to decide where we wanted to be and what school systems we wanted our kids in, we were in BOE at the time, we decided that Anne Arundel County was the place. We visited many, many places in Anne Arundel County. South County is where I came back to. I love South County. Everybody here that's from that area or has visited South County loves the area. So we need to support our schools and our youth as much as we can. The county is growing. Girls basketball was up 30% in our registrations this year. I expect that boys was the same. And that's not only happening in basketball, that's happening across our sports as a whole. Our lack of indoor gym space and our fields that are available, it's not okay. We share half courts during basketball season and other sports. Our 10-year-olds are having practices starting at 8:15 and not ending until 9:15. You all know that when we get our kids home, they don't go to sleep right when we get home. They're still up. That means they're up till 10, 10:30, maybe even 11 in some cases. Again, not okay. They're back up the next day going to school. Fields. Our fields are not in good shape. We have our kids practicing on fields with ruts, with holes. It's not safe and it's not efficient. It's not an efficient practice. I also want to talk about the high school. Since I do have a 9th grader there, I've been exposed to some of the issues we have there as well. So the high school workout room space, minimum. We can't have that. We have girls. I'm talking about my girls now too because it's significant for me. Girls are playing basketball, playing volleyball, playing other sports a lot more than they were ever before. And we don't have the space to allow them to have the same equipment and ability that the boys do. We need to have that for them. Simple things. Southern High School's audio system is atrocious, okay? We come in there this volleyball season, and I went to every home game. I went to every away game. Our national anthem skipped every single time we played it. I even made a new copy. I tested that copy. I took it back. It ran once. It skipped again the next time. That's not okay. These other high schools in our county and out of our county have simple equipment that works. We had to sing our national anthem, which is okay. It was a great experience. We sang it at Southern High School because our equipment didn't work, period. And it was a playoff game. Not okay. Thank you.
Ma'am, you're up.
Hello, my name is Shirley Little. I was here a few months ago. I'm a 70-year-old Anne Arundel County resident who likes to exercise at the pool, the county pool, which is out here by Annapolis High School. I do not qualify for handicap tag, although I can't walk very well, along with hundreds of other people I've met over the last 6 years trying. And I often can't find a parking place, and I just go home. The Board of Education leases the pool and the pool parking lot, I have found, to the Recreation and Parks Department. And I find it ironic that Annapolis High School is often the reason for the lack of parking at the pool. Recently, I took photographs of trespassing cars and personally interviewed people. I walked up to them and I spoke to them in a nice way, and they told me what was going on about why they were parking at the pool, and then they shot up to the high school. There were 14 vehicles by high school students, 4 substitute teachers and employees, 4 parents who had to deliver things to the school office, and the sign says, "Do not park here." So I asked them, "Why did you park?" And their excuses were, administrators at the high school told drivers to park there. All the designated visitor spaces for Annapolis High School were filled. I went up in my car 3 times and checked every single one. There must be 25 Everyone had a vehicle in it. The high school ran out of assigned student parking places. They couldn't park on Riva Road, so they just stopped giving out the parking places and the stickers for them and the numbers. And guess what? The only place people could park is out there at the pool with the 70-year-old lady who can't walk half a mile in order to get to the pool to exercise. Nobody, another excuse, nobody cares. Nobody's watching. Nobody's ever ticketed. Nobody's ever towed. Nobody is even ever reprimanded at the high school, even if people like me, and there have been other people like me, go up there with pictures, and we go up there with information about who it is. We follow the students sometimes into the building, and nothing is ever done. There's another excuse. There's no Annapolis High School signage alerting students of punishment. This isn't New York City, but the only way you're going to keep any parking place open for anybody else is if you have signs and punishments, tickets, police, people out there with signs, banners, stars on their chest, whatever it takes. And there's nobody out there. Okay, another thing is I found out there's a gentleman's agreement, whatever the gentleman is, I don't know, between the high school and the pool that neither organization is going to tow. I've heard that 3 times from adults. And I don't know what the problem is with keeping the pool for parking, but it's not happening. And I asked the Board of Education here that as I work with the Recreation and Parks, and I'm trying that too, as we work on this problem, I ask for your help in resolving the situation, and please contact me as needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Antoine.
Thank you for that. Dr. Arlotto, when the young lady came before, what was shared with the board was that this issue would definitely be looked into and enforcement as necessary for the students. So could you share with us why from what I'm hearing is worsening and not getting better? So could you help us understand what may be going on?
Probably not to your satisfaction. I know I've talked to Ms. Little and absolutely share her concern. We did address this with the principal at Annapolis High School. He addressed it with the students. There have been a number of announcements. He's talked to the students about parking appropriately, that if they don't have the right parking sticker, they're not supposed to be parking in that lot, the pool lot or the high school lot. So I know that he has worked on enforcement issues at the high school level.
So my concern is each time she's brought up disability and the difficulties that she and others are facing when this problem persists. It is my understanding as well as that lot somehow is being leased by the school system. That's right.
I believe that's correct. I think I don't know how we can police that lot. We would have to put people in the lot to police the lot through the day.
May I break in here?
And I just don't know that we have the personnel to, both at the high school level or the pool. We'll certainly continue to talk to the pool personnel, the Recreation and Parks, and the high school.
Okay. I don't feel like our hands are necessarily tied. If word is being put out that the students should not be parking there, then maybe some other measure of enforcement when they do park there may be in order, especially if people are being displaced or made to walk nearly half a mile to get to the pool.
May I comment, please?
Ma'am, I've got some other board members who want to comment. So I was going to say we're going to hire you, put a badge on you, because I think you probably.
I'm not going to do that again. Believe me.
Mr. Grannon.
Thank you. The next time you see somebody who's not supposed to be in that lot, There's no towing there, right? Park them in. You won't get towed, and they'll stop doing it. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding.
I follow the rules. I was a teacher in this county for 40 years, and I follow the rules. The sign says do not park.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I don't know what the problem is, but I'm going to keep working at it till I find solutions. If you recall, the last time I gave you all a letter, and it had 8 things to do. Not one has been done.
Ma'am, thank you.
I've been working on this since
Ma'am.
last May.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you all for coming down tonight. The next 6 names: Jenna Manifold, India Oaks, Tara, I think is it Chafin, Arvak Marshall, and Lee Derrick. Whoever would like to go first, please.
I was called last, but I'll go. Lee Derrick, Harwood, Maryland. Thank you for your time this evening. So I know you've already voted on this, but I just wanted to give you a little bit more data to ponder, especially those that maybe aren't convinced. So I'm a native of South County, and South County, to me, is the footprint of Southern High School, which is different than how some people may define it. To give you some data to back that up, so South River High School is the other high school that some consider as South County. 33% of the elementary age kids that feed into Southern are on free and reduced lunch, based on the data from Maryland Department of Education. 16% of South River feeder students are. So we have over twice the population of free and reduced lunch. We actually have more kids on free lunch than South River feeders, but we have roughly half the number of students that are in our schools. So a lot of times I feel like we get overlooked. We are a small group, but I feel like that can be a negative for us in that we are small, but at the same time it's truly a community-based school with a lot of very positive things going on, but we do need your assistance. The free and reduced lunch data speaks to a little bit of sports. Let's get into some of that data, and I'm a recovering engineer, so bear with me here. Participation in youth sports since 2011 has actually decreased for families making less than $75,000 a year. However, on the flip side of that, more well-to-do families, participation has increased. 7 in 10 children participate from families in youth sports, participate from families making greater than $100,000. Only 3 in 10 children from families living below the poverty line do. Why is that important? Well, children learn a myriad of things, teamwork, leadership, work ethic, and sportsmanship. All of these qualities, if you talk to employers, are absolutely invaluable skills that they want to hire. And so to give these students, especially the students that are on free and reduced lunch, to participate in quality facilities is really important. My wife, who's not here, she's a commissioner. She has coached for the last 6 years, and exactly 0 of her field hockey games, she's been coaching for 6 years, none have taken place in South County. None. They don't schedule them there. We have to drive other places. And that is not okay given the size that we are and the poverty that is there. I play in an adult soccer league. I know this isn't under your purview, but I've been playing for 12 years. None of my games have ever taken place at Southern. They're always at other schools. So I don't know what can be done about that other than to say we need better facilities to attract the playing fields for especially the students. Thank you.
Thank you.
India Oaks, Hillsmere Elementary School. I came here tonight to quickly talk about one item but sitting here has added a second item as well, so apologies for jumping around topics. First, I wanted to provide comment on statements made at a previous board meeting. Specifically, during the discussion regarding the alleged sexual assault at Arundel High School, it was stated the school was not pursuing an investigation because the police were involved. That statement was inaccurate, and I just want to highlight the fact that any school district that receives federal funding and falls under federal Title IX regulations is required to provide a prompt, adequate, and impartial investigation, regardless of whether a police investigation is underway, and if they fail to do so, the school district is vulnerable to civil lawsuits. I hope in the future school administrators stay aware of and follow such regulations. The second thing I just wanted to provide comment on tonight is about facing racism and bias head-on. If we truly want to eliminate such hate that we see happening, we need to also recognize the subtle inaction of people that then fosters the blatant hate crimes we all despise. I know I am running out of time, so to quote from the 1947 movie Gentleman's Agreement, in a scene where someone felt guilty for not speaking out when hearing a racist joke at a dinner party, Gregory Peck's character said the following: "I've come to see lots of nice people who hate anti-Semitism and deplore it and protest their own innocence, then help it along and wonder why it grows. People who would never beat up a Jew, people who think anti-Semitism is far away in some dark place with low-class morons, the good people, the nice people." 72 years later, we still have a need to change the culture so that people, including adults and students in schools, know to speak up every time they see any kind of discrimination or biased behavior. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Oaks. Sir?
My name is Arvak Marshall, and I've been coaching for over 25 years and at Southern High coaching girls lacrosse for the past 15. As our dedicated commissioners, coaches, parents, and volunteers of South County continue to grow our sports program, we need your help to improve and expand our facilities inside and outside. The inequity across our county in terms of school facilities and sports facilities is unacceptable. You are teaching the youth with your funding there are students who are more important than others simply by where they live. You are teaching the youth with your funding that some opportunities and facilities are only given to certain youth. Rather than provide each child with equal opportunities for success, you contribute to the division. Sports improve the physical and mental health of children. Sports improve body image, posture, self-confidence, concentration, focus, mood, memory, and sleep habits while reducing stress, depression, and anxiety. These benefits have a positive effect on education, which will affect the future of our community, state, nation, and world. Fields and gyms are the last classroom of the day, where we teach some of the most important life lessons to our youth. Everybody can remember the coach or teacher who made the most impact of them. Everybody can. We can all picture them in our mind, who the most important teacher was in our life and the most important coach. Sports teach the importance of being a good teammate, striving together to achieve something greater and not possible alone. Sports coaches build and shape the character of their players, teaching them how to care, love, and serve others. Sports develop grit and resilience, helping children learn how to grow through struggle. Sports develop leadership of self, leadership of those above, and leadership of those whose care they have been entrusted with. Sports improve critical thinking and problem-solving skills, influencing all areas of life. Sports are fun and allow children to play and build friendships. Like school classrooms, you can only put so many children in class before learning becomes difficult and in some cases dangerous. Across the county, when you outgrow your capacity, a new school such as Crofton needs to be built. When facilities are outdated and breaking down, you upgrade and repair to improve safety and usefulness. We need your help to expand and improve our facilities to allow the youth of South County to experience all the benefits associated with youth sports. You can help them become strong future leaders, coaches, parents, and community members. We've had 4 soccer teams practice on one field. We have had 4 sports have to share a lighted field. These facilities need to be improved, and we need your help. Thank you for your attention in this matter.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, the microphone.
Green light. Here we go.
Hi, my name's Jana. I am a lifetime resident of Deal. I also am a single mom of 2 boys. One of my sons is a senior at RPI in New York who is there by the grace of God. The second is a 5th grader at Deal Elementary. I come from a different place than some others because I am a single parent, like a lot of people I know. I also volunteer as the treasurer of SCYA, so I manage their books and keep everybody legit, keep their 503c going. I make sure that things go accordingly to our bylaws. But what we're really looking for is a partnership. We have the community support. We have some park and rec support. And we are looking for the Board of Education and you all for support as well. Thank you for giving it to us. It may not seem like a lot, but when you have a 5th grader that goes to Lock Haven and Mayo and is playing on Bermuda, and we have nothing besides what's at the high school, and as everyone knows, park and rec teams come second to that, then at the high school, because the high school gets first. It's hard for our little kids, as Ms. Huggins said, to put them in bed. And while you're asking questions, I'm sure District 1 has the parents have the same questions. Why do we travel? Why do we have to go up north? Why can't we play our home game on our home field? Instead, we're a Riva or we're Broadneck for volleyball. It's not fair to our little kids. And as a parent, as a single parent, what do you do? How do you justify telling them that the answer shouldn't be we're south of 214? And that really is the bottom line. It's the bottom line for the community. You know, when they talk South County, they feel that that line stops at South River. But as someone said, I think it was Ms. Hare, there's 23% of the land that is done. And we're not all farms. We're not all farmlands with cattle. I mean, we've got a diversity of everyone that comes there. The population is growing at Southern. The Hispanic population is there as well, so there's cultures. So I'm just asking that we do a partnership. My son does go to Deal. There is a huge lot that is owned by Anne Arundel County Public Schools that you could look at that and pave that and make it a parking. If we can't use it for fields, we should be able to better improve our schools. Our baseball team is a two-state champion, and we're like to put lights on that field. Like, what does that do if that is board property? We just want partnerships and making this come real for our kids and stop having to ask, why aren't we good enough? Because that's really what it boils down to, our kids, is why aren't they good enough? Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you.
My name is Tara Chafin. I'm a former Marine. I'm also an Anne Arundel County Public School support staff. I work at Central Special School, so I actually deal with students that have disabilities and behavior issues that are 3 to 21. So I see kids on all spectrums. So when I volunteer my time to help assistant coach in all different things, not just soccer, not just wrestling, because I have 6 children. I'm a single mom. I have 4 that live with me. Okay, I came out of the projects of PG County. We moved to Anne Arundel County when I was 4. So I know what it means to come up poor when you're living off the state assistance and everything else, and you're building your way up. Okay, I've been that way. I'm making sure my kids don't have to live that way. And for South County, we're getting biased opinions. We're getting non-equity. We are getting not the same playing fields as everybody else. My kids actually went to Old Mill for a while because I moved out of South County thinking that would give my kids a heads up on sports. No, it didn't. It made it worse because if they didn't have the fields, they went into another field. I had one kid playing Jessup and the other one playing for Severn, and they went to Old Mill schools. They went to Rippling Woods, and those are Title I schools. I moved back down to South County to get support from my family because I couldn't afford it on my own anymore. I moved back in. I'm taking care of my parents. I'm babysitting students on the side because their parents need reprievement. I'm going ahead and coaching. I'm volunteering my time for Girl Scouts and youth group. And I'm still going ahead and help. My teacher's actually out on maternity leave right now, so I'm helping the sub getting all the lesson plans and everything else done. Plus, I'm going ahead and trying to help these kids with these sports. My girls are playing wrestling right now. They're in co-ed wrestling, okay? They don't understand why we're not getting the support that we need down in South County. And I keep explaining to them, that's what Mommy's working towards. That's what everybody in SCYA is working towards. It's not that we're poor. It's not that we are below the rest of the county. It's because we need to bring it up to the attention of the rest of the county. Now, the rest of the county, yes, they can go play on somebody else's fields because they're close enough. We don't have that opportunity. It takes us 40 minutes to get up to Edgewater to be able to get to another field. We're down to one field for turf. My girls for soccer, for U13, their first time playing on turf was their first soccer game for the fall. That is not fair, not when half the other girls for the baseline have already started playing on turf fields when they're younger. That's all I have to say. Thank you for letting me share.
Thank you. We can call the next group Scott Crandall, Faith Grigg, Megan Crandall, William Maynard, and Jason Rawlings.
I'm going to speak on behalf of both my husband and I, so just combine that into one for you guys. You're welcome.
Thank
you. No problem. Good evening. Thank you all for taking time to hear us out this evening. My name is Megan Crandall, and I'm speaking to you tonight as a South County born and raised member of this organization. I'm a third-generation former athlete and now third-generation coach of my 4 boys. My husband and I have coached over 30 teams combined in the last 10 years for SCYA. My grandparents, Jack and Bibi Castro, founded Shadyside Boys and Girls Club over 50 years ago, and they still reside there. My grandfather coached for more than 20 years, and my grandmother went on to work as an athletic supervisor with Anne Arundel County Rec and Parks for 20 years. I called them recently to ask if they had any words of wisdom to say to you tonight, and the message from their day was ironically the same as today. We just want our youth to have access to the same athletic resources and opportunities as other kids in the county. Growing up, I used to take pride in the fact that despite our bad news bears persona of mismatched uniforms and fields that were underwater, half the time we could still compete with the larger powerhouses in the county. Now that I'm a parent and a coach, I realize the inequity South County youth are up against. Teams in our organization have a tremendous amount of practice time cut short because we simply don't have enough lighted, functional, weather-resistant field space. My boys are lucky enough to attend the beautiful, state-of-the-art, $37.5 million Lothian Elementary, so thank you for that. I'm very appreciative. But my heart cringed a little bit because there's a beautiful field and there's lights that shine on the parking lot. And if they just would have put lights facing the other way, like we could have had a functional, complete field space. I just asked that we only have one dedicated lighted soccer field in South County. That means practices start at 5:30. If you can imagine kids of working class parents, that's hard to accommodate. We're losing kids playing because of that, because practices have to start so early. Any additional schools that get any additional modifications, if you could just have youth sports be in the forethought, there's no additional gym space. Lothian has the same amount of gym space. That $37.5 million school didn't get any more gym space than the old one did. And if youth sports was just a piece of what you guys think about, I think we could work together when it comes to that kind of stuff. We're losing people to other organizations like David Seville, Dunkirk, who have an endless allure of lighted fields, turf fields, extra gym space, concession buildings, bathrooms, and to most parents, these are tangible things that can elevate any level of play. No pun intended, but I just simply ask that you do what you can to help us create an equal playing field for the youth of South County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Faith Grigg, and I'd also like to offer comments on the need for additional recreational facilities and specifically improved facilities for Southern High School in Southern Anne Arundel County. So we are very fortunate in Southern Anne Arundel County, as you've seen by everyone who's here tonight, to have well-developed community effort to ensure that our children can participate in a wide variety of sports. Sports are very important, we understand, for the benefit of our children and for their growth. I'm a graduate of the United States Naval Academy, where we always focus on the 3 parts that are important for growth, mentally, morally, and physically. And so it's important for us to focus on the physical growth of our children in South County. Unfortunately, we do seem to have a problem down there in South County, particularly in the area of equity, the idea of what our youngsters have as far as access to and fields and facilities in South County compared to the rest of the county. I've been fortunate to have the opportunity to be a soccer coach for the past few years for SUIA, and I've watched this great group of girls grow from energetic elementary schoolers to talented middle schoolers to some of them hopefully representing Southern High School next year on the soccer field. I've also the mother of 2 middle school girls, and I understand how important it is in the middle school years to keep girls in particularly engaged in physical activity, because that's when they're most likely to drop out, and this is how they build self-esteem and a sense of team, and it's very important to them. But for these girls that I've coached for all these years, when they were little, we didn't really think about the field too much. We could just run around and kick the ball, and that was fine. But as they've gotten older, we've been in the same situation as a number of these other teams. We're trying to hold practice, but we share fields because we want everyone to have the opportunity, and there's very few lit fields or any decent fields to operate on when you know that you're putting cones out in the corner because they're always underwater, so you can't go over there. Or even when you're supposed to have games, and then the ref comes down from Parks and Rec and says, we have to cancel the game because the field is flooded, because the fields aren't in decent enough shape to go ahead and have the games. For my team this year specifically as a soccer coach, our girls finally promoted to playing on a full-size turf field. They're very excited to do it. The first time they were able to get the whole team out there and have a full-size turf field was their first game. In fact, through their whole season, which they did extremely well in Division I, the only time they were allowed to or able to play on a full-size turf field was during their games. They had no access otherwise. We had asked and were able to get a few slots possibly to practice, but they were staying up past 9 p.m. on school nights to be able to do that, which is something that our girls, it was too hard to get most of them out to do that. And those are just in the fall when we're competing with the other soccer teams and field hockey teams. When it comes to the spring and we have the lacrosse teams out there as well, there's simply not enough time or space on these fields for them to go. It's not been lost on my team or their parents that when we travel for games, we are the only ones in this position. We often get the schedule, we're going to whichever high school, and the fields and the turf fields are identified by turf field 1, turf field 2, turf field 3, or turf field A, turf field B, turf field C. It's unusual for us because at Southern, it's just the turf field or the Bermuda field because there's only one for the entirety of South County for all of the kids to operate on. So it's one of those things where we understand the need to support the entire county and to improve youth sports, but there is a large sense of inequity for us in South County.
I just want to say as well, you give me an excuse because the game's coming up. I can say, go Navy, beat Army. So thank you for your service as well. Yes, sir.
How you doing? My name is Jason Rawlings. I'm a Southern High School alumni, and my alliance falls into Shady Side Park. Growing up in Shady Side, it was available for us to go to the park and go to the basketball courts by way of bicycle because our parents were at work. We couldn't make it to other places to practice basketball or to play. And since the last 2 years, I've held my own event at the park, which was called Shady Side Rec Day, just to bring the field back to where the kids were outside. People from the community would come out, but even there, the park and the courts are out of shape. They're cracked. They're not regulation height. I think the last time anything was done to that court was in the late 90s. So I took my own time to reach out for sponsorship to have these events. Money out of my own pocket, time. Had the community came out in masses. There was over 80 people there. Complete basketball tournament, and it was a good day. Also, people were hired for moonbounce companies, were also residents of Shady Side. And everybody that came out was all the community. And it's just, as everybody else wants, that area to get recognition and for the kids not to fall behind and feel like they're forgotten about. That's it.
Thank you.
Hi, and thank you for the opportunity. My name is Ron Thomas, and I did sign up on the computer. You didn't call me up here, but you called Will Maynard. And Coach Will Maynard is our head basketball coach, our varsity basketball coach. He's a proud Southern Bulldog, and he had to leave, so I'm jumping up here. Plus, my wife and I, we take care of her parents. We live with her parents, and we're caregivers, and we have to get down the road. There's a lot of good people down in South County, and I'd like to point out back here, our head girls basketball coach, Mike Doyle, is here, and also our baseball coach, Coach Lynch, is here. And I'm sorry if I'm breaking protocol here. I have 2 statistics and I'm leaving. I just have to get on the road. All right, I'm ruining the meeting. I'm sorry. We have 900. We have 1,000 students in our school. Our high school gym holds 400 people.
Ma'am, I'm going to ask you to please stop.
We have to
He
leave.
started before I knew that it was the wrong person.
I apologize. I apologize.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. The last thing I'd like to say is we have a wonderful African American population in South County, and they do not get to play on our teams the way they should because of the travel issue to go to other fields.
All right. Thank you, sir.
I'm sorry.
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry.
Please. We've got Beth Tompkins, Brian Trott, Joe Parks, Ronald Thomas, and Joe Heinrichs.
I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry.
You should have stopped your testimony if you were very sorry.
I'm very sorry.
No, you weren't.
Sir, guys, please. Sir, I can't allow you to speak again.
Okay.
You've already spoken. Thank you. Please.
Let me go first. Good evening. My name is Beth Tompkins, and I'm the assistant head coach of the Southern women's basketball team. Southern High School has been a very large part of my life. I met my husband there, many of my family members have attended, and now my children are there. It's very important to me to make sure that Southern and South County is on equal playing ground. Southern High School only has one gym. And this isn't the type of gym where you can put down the partition and you have 2 full basketball courts. This is a very small gym, and on Friday nights when we fill it for a basketball game, we love it. But during practice days, it's impossible to share. I would like to explain to you how Southern High School splits their gym time during basketball season. We have 4 basketball teams, 2 varsity and 2 JV. Our practices start at 2:30 and our last practice ends at 9. This gives us 6.5 hours to split between 4 teams. The board allows basketball teams to practice 2 hours per day. Unfortunately, with Southern only having one gym, each team roughly gets an hour and a half. This is an unfair advantage between Southern and other high schools in the county. There's also times where wrestling and cheerleading need to use the gym as well. When they do, this leaves our basketball teams with little to no gym time. If we had a secondary gym, we could have 2 practices going at the same time, getting our student athletes out of the building by 6:30 at night. This would allow each of our teams to have the board-approved time of 2 hours of practice per day, and giving us the same advantages as other teams in the county. Not to mention, this would leave additional gym time available. Last night, my daughter, who plays on an 8th grade basketball team for SCYA, had basketball practice at Luthean Elementary School. The practice started at 8:15 and it ended at 9:15. By the time we got home, she showered, had a snack, and she was in bed at 10. This is simply not okay. We need more facilities to accommodate our growing community. SCYA has grown to over 40 basketball teams. And as a high school basketball coach, I love seeing all these children who want to play the game. But there are many parents who do not want their children out till 9:15 at night practicing. This means talented athletes may not end up playing the game of basketball. I am urging that the board to consider giving Southern High School a secondary gym, not only to help our Southern student athletes, but also to help our feeder program with additional gym space. Thank you for your time and consideration.
My name is Joe Heinrichs. I'm also a South County resident. I've been coaching at the high schools for over 15 years. I've coached at South River and at Southern, so I know the differences between the two. And some of the things that you guys talked about, I've also coached at the youth level. I've coached at Crofton, and I've coached at Southern. I've been to every field in my past 15 years of coaching. Coaching in South County is way different than any other place. I can promise you that. 3 years ago, our football program, we only had one team, the varsity U team. We practiced at Old South Field, which the sprinklers under the ground were broken, so we practiced in mud all the time. We have half a field of football, and the other half of the field is a baseball field. So as you can understand, it's very hard. Now, we had a great team, and we went to states that year. So the kids showed up and worked hard. But we did not have the same facilities to practice on that all the other teams did. I can promise you that. And nothing has improved. We have other fields in the other areas, and we're now growing our football program, and we're all on the same field at the same time. We all are given 20 yards to practice on because we don't have any other field with lights to practice on. Do you think that's fair when other teams are practicing on a full field? So those issues come about. My boys play football at the high school where I coach as well, and my other son coaches at the younger level. We left South River to come down to South County because my son wanted to be part of the South County family. He wanted to play with his friends. South County is also a unique area where there aren't a lot of sidewalks. The only time a lot of these kids get to hang out with their friends is either at school or at sporting events. And this is where our neighborhood really happens, is at these sporting events. We don't have bathrooms at our sporting events. There is no bathroom at Southern Middle when people come to play. There is no concession area because we don't have a concession stand like all the other teams do. These are issues that we aren't given the same things that other people are. So I just wanted to share that because some of you guys said, well, look, it's about equality, and I get that. But I'm telling you, I've been to every field, and I know the disparities because I've seen it with my own eyes. So thank you for allowing me to share. Appreciate it.
Okay, Russell Leone, but I believe he's left. Drake Smith, C.J. Mushaw, Latika Hicks, and Dr. Mary Dodoni.
Can you repeat the name all called?
Mary Dodoni, Latika Hicks, C.J. Mushaw, Drake Smith, and Russell Leone.
Good evening, or I should say good night, Superintendent Arlotto, President Gilliland, and board members. My name is Drake Smith. I'm a junior at Meade High School and president of the Anne Arundel County NAACP Youth and College Division. I come before you tonight because of an incident that occurred last week when 3 students from Northeast High School were recorded saying, "We hate N-words." This is not the first racial incident of its kind. Already this year, there have been several reported racial bias incidents in Anne Arundel County public schools, from racial slurs being used at football games to swastikas being graffitied on doors. In the 2018 Maryland Hate Bias Report, Anne Arundel County has 78 total reported racial incidents, the most in the entire state. The facts are clear. Anne Arundel County has a problem with race, a problem that we have allowed to fester like an untreated wound. Since my grandfather was a little boy, this problem of racism has woven itself into the fabric of this county. Bates High School stands a few miles from this very room, as a stark reminder of how far we have come in this fight. Prior to desegregation, Bates was the only public school in the county that African American students could attend for a secondary level education. Students traveled for miles in every weather condition imaginable to attend the only school that would give them a fighting chance at a better life. Racial slurs were thrown around like food at a garbage can when schools were first integrated. And why are these same exact slurs still being thrown in the same exact manner in 2019? My existence is still being denied the same way it was denied to my grandfather some 60 years ago. One of Dr. Martin Luther King's most powerful phrases is, "The time is always right to do what is right." And that time is now. We demand accountability for these actions and changes moving forward. Like so many of my fellow students, was left disgusted after seeing that video. That video represented intolerance, hate, nastiness, and most of all, ignorance. An ignorance of not knowing the true painful and violent history of that venomous word. In the words of the late poet Dr. Maya Angelou, the N-word was created to divest people of their humanity. The N-word has never and will never be just a joke, no matter who says it. Poison is poison regardless of the bottle it comes in. With that in mind, this is why the Anne Arundel County NAACP Youth and College Division and a coalition of community partners are asking that all students involved issue a formal apology addressed to the students of Anne Arundel County Public Schools. The penalty of being suspended from school is not enough on its own. While still on suspension, a student can sit around and do countless other things and not think once about the actions that got them there. An apology will reinforce the fact that every decision you make has a consequence, whether positive or negative, and you must be prepared to face them. I'm asking that tonight serves as a pivotal moment in this county's actions on racism. Tonight we move forward in the direction of starting a new dialogue on race. This new dialogue will bring together those disenfranchised students along with the policymakers to the table. Seek their thoughts and concerns, listen to their realities, set goals, and find solutions. This situation needs to stand as an example for the future and be a catalyst for change. Let the 2019-2020 school year be remembered as the year when we began to demand accountability and responsibility from Anne Arundel County Public Schools students, not just passive suspensions for a deep-seated and long-standing vitriol. Thank you. Wait, real quick. Can we have a comment from just one member, maybe two? I know it's late, but I have a lot of people over here who've been sitting down for more than 2 hours, and they just want a comment. They want you on record or off the board.
All right. Mrs. Ellis.
Dr. Arlotto, I know you cannot speak specifically about specific students, but can you share with us, in a bias type of incident as the one that was described, do we have a class that students, I believe, must attend, maybe even with their parents? Can you share that information with us?
Yes, ma'am, and that's correct. And we've talked about this with this board in the past. So students that, of course, as you said, I can't speak specifically about a case and students, but it is part of the student code of conduct that students that engage in bias-motivated language or behavior will be held accountable through the student code of conduct, and part of that includes attending a bias class, and their parents must attend that with them.
Sanchwine.
Oh, so nothing on the public record? No apology? I know it's getting late. I know a lot of people are tired, but racism, they never get tired. It never gets tired.
So Drake, thank you, and I know you had an opportunity to meet with Dr. Hughes earlier this week. So thank you for taking. I know you guys took an hour of your day to sit down with him, and I know that you guys are going to continue that conversation. So I appreciate that. I certainly, and I'll attempt to speak for the board tonight, couldn't speak more eloquently than you have. Right, and a number of the people standing behind you and actually seated at this table in front of me have spoken eloquently like you in the past. We have a problem, right? We have a problem in this county. You talked about you and your family, right? And others in this room have talked about it. And so we need to address that, right? We need to address that as a community. And as you see as a student and others see as a student, those issues in our community end up in our school, right? Our schools are microcosms of who we are as a community. And so we need to find a way to put it to rest. We need to find a way to end it. And I had a conversation this morning over coffee, as I do once a month, with Mr. Carl Snowden. And we have this conversation often. It is the topic of conversation for us in our monthly meetings, and I won't come out of turn and share those are confidential conversations, but I shared with him again this morning the frustration I feel as a superintendent leading a school system of 84,000 plus students and 12,000 employees in what I believe is a community that cares about their children. I do. I honestly believe that this community of all races, religions, cares about our children. And yet we have some festering issues in this community of hate that we need to find a way to bring to a close. If nothing more, and I'll be very focused, because of our children, because of our students. We owe that to them. And so I appreciate what you're saying. And I appreciate you coming to the podium, right? Because I know you got work to do. But I appreciate you coming and speaking, as others have and will tonight, that we've got to find a way to do this together. And that's part of the reason why we created this is exactly the reason we created the Global Citizenship course. This was a way for we, as a school system, like we looked at this issue, we continue to look at this issue, and we boiled it down to what do we do best? Teaching and learning, right? I don't know that we, as a school system, and that's who you're addressing now, can eradicate this hate across the community. But we have to start where we have the greatest influence, where you have the greatest influence, where each one of us, our circles of influence, where we can influence others, where we say something when we see inequity, right? And we stand up for others. And so as we looked at this and we continue to look at this problem, it's everything that we're about. That we created the Global Citizenship course for this very reason, to engage students, our 9th graders, and make it a high school requirement. I don't know a school system in the country, certainly in the state, that's doing this. And there might be. I haven't done a complete research, exhaustive research, I should say. But we did some research, and this, we want to attack this. We want students to know how to talk civilly. It's okay to disagree, right? But how do you do that civilly? How do you know more about yourself and then learn about others, right? I had a chance to talk with our teen advisory yesterday, and we spent almost an hour and a half at North County High School, the teen advisory, talking about this very subject. And like you, your colleagues around the county are brilliant. They are. They have so much to share because it's their world, about ways that we can get better, and we want to continue to improve that. So I'm sorry that this continues to happen. It frustrates me to no end because it interrupts our teaching and learning process. And then at the same time, we have to take these negative incidents and learn from them. And the students that continue to cause this hate and harm, or spew this hate and cause this harm, I should say, we need to teach them as well, right? Because there's so much ignorance that's out there. And so I appreciate that you're here. I appreciate others that will speak. I'm certain they'll be as eloquent as you, but you really did a fine job. And again, thank you for meeting with Dr. Hughes. And I hope maybe one of those meetings you all will invite me, and I can join in that conversation.
Well, thank you for your comments. And I don't want to seem like I want the last word, but I hope this dialogue continues. And I know that the school is working hard and always has been working hard, but as you said, the school can only go so far. So I'm going to take this time and look at that camera and ask the parents of these students, if they're watching right now, or maybe they might see in the future, we just want an apology, because your words, they carry weight. An apology can carry even more weight. Thank you.
Mr. Grannon and then Ms. Antoine.
I have a follow-up question to Ms. Ellis's question about the class, because I was thinking the same thing. Does the class that the students who are disciplined for bias-related incidents, does that class, as part of the remediation, require any kind of apology?
No, not that I'm aware of. I haven't gone through the curriculum class, but no, not that I'm aware of.
And this is not at all in derogation of what you're saying. Everything that you said was great, but I'm just speaking personally. I'm giving up an evening with my 9-year-old and my 5-year-old. I am not satisfied to influence. I'm here to act and change. And I move right now that class include a written apology as part of the remediation for all perpetrators. I hope one of you is going to second this, and we can implement this right now, and the policy can follow. written apology.
Okay.
May I say something? I am signed up to speak, but I think I put a notation there for the wrong time. But my name is Reverend Marguerite Morris. I should be speaking with Drake. I am signed up to speak. May I do that?
Okay, I need to interrupt you just for a moment because
I'm asking. I'm not speaking. I'm asking.
Yeah, hold on 1 second. We've got a live motion on the floor by Mr. Grannon. Ms. Antwine, did you want to comment on that?
I second the motion. We can certainly vote on that. Mine will be very quick, Drake. I appreciate and love what you did. That took a lot, and I also watched your correspondence and your coordination. You're strong. You're a strong leader, and what you're doing and how you're doing it is going to make the difference not only for your school system but for the world around you.
Comments, further board questions or comments on Mr. Grannon's motion? Seeing none, Mrs. Howe, motion made and seconded by Mr. Grannon to add, and I want to make sure we get it right, the written apology component to the course.
Yes, any student who takes the bias-related class as part of discipline for a bias-related incident, as part of the successful completion of that class, must complete a written apology.
Okay, Mrs. Howe, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Miss Ellis?
Aye.
Miss Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Leib? Aye. Miss Hummer? Aye. Miss Alvey?
Aye.
Miss Corkadell?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you very much.
And I'm going to let this panel finish here, and then you can, right after them. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I speak tonight as Secretary of the Anne Arundel County Branch of the NAACP with the recognition of my branch president, Jacqueline Moon, also, and in response to the leadership of our Youth and College Division as a whole and their president, the gentleman to my right, to whom I refer as Mr. Drake Smith, a title he deserves. I am not his superior because I am older than he is. He is my leader. The hate video distributed among Northeast High School students requires all who know of it to make a moral decision about who we want to be, individually, as institutions, and as a society. To not choose is in itself a choice, to accept this behavior and normalize it as acceptable. The minute President Drake Smith and the membership of the Youth and College Division heard and saw what was posted, they engaged. The minute that President Jason Williams of Northeast High School learned of the post, he and his team promptly engaged, identified the actors and the basis for responding, prepared and released a letter to Northeast families strongly condemning the behavior and explicitly naming it as contradictory to the values and intent of Northeast High School. The minute the adult chapter of the NAACP learned what had happened, we lined up behind our youth chapter, as did many of the groups that you see behind us, connecting the dots, showing up for racial justice. ACT, Anne Arundel Connecting Together, and other groups standing here in support. I'm going to include the Caucus of African American Leaders in that, too. The following Sunday, Dr. Arlotto, you published a guest editorial in the Capital Gazette. Thank you. You spoke of these incidents and spoke in the same terms you spoke tonight. This is a societal problem. Nonetheless, you are one of the most engaged institutions, and you carry responsibility, and you are stepping up to it. Thank you. The tools available to AACPS are codified in the Student Code of Conduct and in the new Bias Language and Behavior Policy and Regulation. It is clear, per the regulation, as well as common understanding, that the video rises to the level of biased behavior and language. It falls within your scope of authority, per the regulation. We also turn to the Student Code of Conduct, which defines the possible range of consequences and interventions. The demands you have heard from the NAACP Youth and College Division with our full support, and to the repeat demands from this podium and in private conversations from the NAACP and other of the groups present for a zero-tolerance approach to biased behavior and language. These events have, I quote from language used by this body, profound negative impact on the safe and orderly nature of the schools as a whole, creating a hostile educational environment well beyond the building, interfering with the educational benefits, opportunities, performance, and students' physical and psychological well-being throughout the AACPS system. We therefore regard these offenses as sufficiently serious to begin intervention and consequences at level 5 as identified in the Student Code of Conduct, which includes the bias training for the students and their families. I personally have often spoken to you about restorative action. I want to make this perfectly clear. Restorative action isn't something we jump to make it less painful for anyone. It's a process for restoring a community, and there is much to be restored here. The sense of safety and belonging for the students targeted by the hate speech, the faith of the community in itself and in AACPS, and the offender's vision of their place in society. We want to recognize that all are harmed here. Shall we stand by and let these young women grow up believing that this behavior was cute and excusable, which would only cement their understanding and others' understanding of what they appear to consider their rightful place at the top of a white-defined social hierarchy? Or shall we open doors for them that allow them and everyone else impacted by this video to live into their full humanity? I pray and trust that this body chooses the latter.
Good evening, all. Dr. Arlotto and Board of Education members. My name is Latika Hicks, and I am the Education Chairperson for the Anne Arundel County NAACP. I'm here to ask you to uphold the enforcement of the Code of Student Conduct and the Biased Behavior and Language Policy, to include your amendments. As Drake pointed out, there have been several hate incidents this school year, and we are only less than 3 months into the school year. So that speaks to the seriousness of what we are facing. The latest incident was the video where we have students, some of our high school students, saying, quote, "I hate niggers." And for the record, I hate the N-word and all of the violence and the oppression that comes along with it. As Mary mentioned, their behavior falls within the scope of this board, specifically in the policy regulations under Section 1D, which says behavior that substantially disrupts the orderly operation of a school regardless of where the incident occurs. I want you to know that the offense are not victimless crimes. When addressing bias-motivated behavior, please remember to focus on the pain that was caused by the actions of the offenders and the people they harm. The victims, both direct and indirect, who are present in this room and those who are not, should have a say in how to right the wrong. It is for this reason that we support our youth chapter president, Mr. Drake Smith, and the other students call for an apology, and that apology is delivered on the same platform the offenders chose to announce their hate on social media. And I would add that they complete the biased and motivated program in accordance with the policy sections 4A and B, and to include your amendment. On the video, the girls are seen laughing. This is not a laughing matter. You, as the board, recognize that. This is why you voted in the bias, behavior, and language policy. And I thank you for that. Also, thank you for making GCC a high school requirement. I want to thank you, Dr. Arlotto, for those regulations. You guided by having those regulations, you guided your staff to respond appropriately and quickly. As such, I also want to thank the Northeast High School principal, Mr. Williams, for adhering to that policy and the Code of Conduct. We are asking you that if ever there is a question about whether the consequences for bias offenses are too harsh, please remember us, the victims, the people who are speaking here today, and uphold those policies you have already established. Thank you.
Thank you. If I can just add for one moment to hold off, I neglected, I did not see you until you stood up. I just want to acknowledge Councilwoman Lisa Rodvian, who's been in our audience.
you specifically to President Drake Smith. Thank you for bringing this change today. It's because of you that that vote was taken and that that motion was made. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. My name is CJ Mushaw, and I'm here as the supporting co-chair of the Anne Arundel County NAACP Economic Development Committee. I want to apologize to the folks in this room for all the examples of bias and what is wrong with our racist society today in this meeting. I am no better than any of the people that made the mistakes tonight. I can make this apology and own my part of this. The fact that we don't know enough not to juxtapose equipment and gym and physical education needs before the safety needs of our children, of the children going into school every day, not knowing if violence is going to come to them. I am very, very sorry for that. I'm so sorry for the fact that we had to listen to dialogue of an older woman asking for more children to be policed because of a half-a-mile distance to walk. I'm not saying that she doesn't have a right to advocate for herself, but just that juxtaposition is one more example of the insensitivity to the safety of our kids and adults of color. The fact that this is blind to so many of us is not acceptable, and an apology from me doesn't make it right, but at least I can voice it. I can voice it, and I know that that's not any harm against any establishment I'm representing. That's a part of the healing process. I want to say that I know that we can hold each other in firm and loving accountability. It's painful to have somebody stand up publicly and say that something you did was wrong, but it's the only way we can move forward. It's the only way that I would realize if I had given a white man the opportunity to speak ahead of so many other people with family needs, if somebody else stood up and told me to do that. I'm not saying I'm any better than any other white person. I'm here to help and for you to help me as well as a white person. Thank you so much, so much to the board member, Eric Brannon. I'm so sorry that you had to be the person of color to bring forth that motion so rapidly and to understand what this gentleman here brought forth. I'm so sorry that the person to second that motion had to also be an African American person on the board. I am so sorry. Thank you.
Thank you all. My name is Reverend Marguerite Morris, and I'm the Senior Advisor to the Youth and College Division. I want to thank you for the words that have already been said, and I'm very proud of Drake. But if you see me sitting here and you see my tears, it's because I don't really think the impact. I'm an adult, obviously, and looking at that video, it caused pain. And some might look at us and say, well, why one can do it and one and not the other? We have to think about it as the fact that it's called malice of forethought. It's called the intent at which it was spoken. It's not acceptable for anyone to use the word, but it's extremely painful when you use it in the way in which it was used. So to see 3 young girls laughing and mocking and using that word, if it inflicted pain on me, you can only imagine what it has done to others. This word is a negative word with negative tones that is meant to demean and destruct. We cannot explain it away. We cannot pacify one another and think that is acceptable without real consequences and real awareness of what it does to individuals. So we're not trying to excuse others. I'm talking about the fact that it was said in laughter with the intent of causing pain, with the intent of hatred, with the intent of malice of forethought, and it is not acceptable. It is ignorance, and it is about the impact in which it was intended. So again, I hope my words are carried. I know we're having conversations, but if we don't do something to change this, to let people know it is not acceptable. When you cause tears of just to know that it's thrown about and people think it's laughing, but the history with that word is a painful journey that some have had to travel and still are traveling. So let us be about action and not just words that pacify, make us feel good, and when there's no acceptable change. So I too thank you very much for what you've already done by taking that vote, for him presenting it, and the others here. And I pray that I've brought some clarity as to the impact on one individual. It's shocking. It truly is shocking. And it causes pain right now today. And that's not alleviated no matter how old you are because of the intent at which it was done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pastor. So we've Katie Eckert, Carly Sutherland, Sarah Moreland, Cindy Gray, and Mike Mulhern. Yeah, I'm sorry, Mrs. Hummer.
So I want to thank everyone for coming. I also want to, one of the most powerful things that I have seen in the community to try to break this chain of bigotry was the NAACP a couple of years ago when there was the incident with the noose from a young man, and the steps that the NAACP took with that young man, young adult, to teach him and work with him and walk alongside him to change his attitude. I've heard him speak since then and say that he didn't understand the pain he caused, and through walking through that with the people from the NAACP, he came to a whole new understanding. That's what we want for our children. That's what we hope through GCC, through our restorative justice practices, that we can also change people with that. So I commend the NAACP for setting such a great example for that within the community, and we will continue our efforts on this side to do that within the student community as well. Thank you all.
Ms. Antwine, did you, I know it was on and then you turned it off again.
Yeah, well, I want to emphasize that this is not about a targeted community as much as it is about all of our students understanding that we must continuously work together to achieve success in our society, success in our school systems. We talked about pain. We talked about poison. We talked about our classes. We have those things in place, yet our policies, I don't believe, are being appropriately enforced, and this is continuing. I have already requested that we look at our policies, assess our policies to ensure that we are aligned with the happenings in the current state of our system. Our students need the confidence of knowing that their Board of Education, their superintendent, and their entire system has their best interest in mind. And as this continues, it creates distrust and it hurts the confidence and the integrity of our system. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Antwine. Please.
Good evening. Thank you guys for sticking around long enough to hear everybody here, not just me, but just giving the public the opportunity to speak their concerns. I'm Cindy Gray. I am a teacher assistant at Southern High School in the special education department, and I am honored to say that I have the privilege of coaching not only high school athletes in multiple sports, but also fortunate enough to form relationships with South County Youth Association to build younger athletes into high school athletes. Over my 10 years coaching, I've coached field hockey, cheerleading, swimming, and unified bocce. And at Southern High School, we work really hard to support ourselves. The South County community works really hard and invests in themselves. So whatever support, effort, backing, letters, emails, funding that you guys put forth, just know that it is going to 100% be matched by the people of South County doing the same for themselves. So thank you so much for passing earlier. Just support is great. On behalf of the facilities, winter is really hard with indoor space. The cheerleading team at the high school which you guys directly impact, practices in the cafeteria every day. That's their assigned practice space. When they go to do stunts, the young ladies are put into ceiling tiles, and they cannot perform the stunts properly, safely. So you have to modify your practice to your space. And then when the dance team doesn't have dance practice, or the wrestling team is away, or the basketball teams are away, they have time in a space where they can properly practice. So a lot of people have talked about their little guys and what this means to them, but by starting with the public facilities, this high school, all of that, you're impacting students who this Board of Ed services right now. Unified sports, the more public parks, the more space you have, the more Special Olympics can be involved, and the more students with disabilities have the opportunity to play sports at any age, which has a super huge positive impact for those guys as well. So just the more you invest time, effort, and support-wise into South County facilities, the more positive impact you are going to have on your students. And I think it's going to start working towards solving a lot of other issues that we raised, and you get a lot of people working together to be better people on a sports field, and it translates to how you behave in a classroom, how you treat other people, and just being a better person overall. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. I'm here to talk about a different topic that you haven't heard about this evening. My name is Katie Eckert, and my computer just went off. My name is Katie Eckert, and I am the mother of a second grader at Folger McKinsey Elementary School. I am here today to request action in changing school start times. The mission of Anne Arundel County Public Schools is to educate all of our students to be well prepared, to empower them to create a better quality of life for themselves, their communities, and the next generation. This is a weighty responsibility. Anne Arundel County Public Schools hours are not supportive of an environment that educates, empowers, and improves quality of life. The hours are not safe for any age group, and they are not healthy for high school students. Safe hours are based on dawn and dusk times when children can see and be seen without artificial illumination. Healthy hours are after 8:30 a.m. for middle and high school students due to shifts in their biological rhythms and that they cannot control. Study after study after study has backed this up. The American Academy of Pediatrics, American Medical Association, Centers for Disease Control, the NIH, American Academy of Sleep Medicine, all have recommended that middle and high schools start no earlier than 8:30 a.m. The high school start time of 7:30 a.m. is a full hour earlier than the earliest time recommended by the medical experts. And on the opposite side is our elementary school children starting school too late. My child starts instruction at 9:40 a.m. 9:40 a.m. By this point, she's been wide awake since 7:15 like most of her peers. The best hours of her day that are ripe for instruction are wasted in before-school childcare. By the end of the day, my daughter is exhausted and transitioned at least 3 times from before care, school, and after care. An earlier start time for elementary school would eliminate the need for before care and the emotional and financial burden on families of this disruptive schedule. The consequences of not getting enough sleep are alarming. Higher risk for being overweight, depression, engaging in risky behavior such as drinking, smoking, drugs, drowsy driving, and related accidents, and poor school performance. Simply put, chronic sleep deprivation puts our children's mental and physical health at risk and limits their potential to learn and grow. Consider the suicide rate in Anne Arundel County. We have a serious problem that requires serious action to foster an educational environment that supports improved mental health for our children. It is incumbent upon us as a community to put a stop as the status quo. Multiple states and counties around the country have changed school times. Children have been shown through case studies that they are healthier, safer, perform better on tests, have improved attendance and graduation rates simply by changing the time that school starts. Yes, there will be administrative and operational challenges to figure this out. We may need to invest in more buses. We may need to invest in more lights for sports fields. But these are solvable problems if we put a plan together to fix it over time. And what's at stake, the health of our children, pales in comparison to the administrative and financial barriers required to solve this problem. It is time to change school start times that prioritize education, empowerment, and improvement in the quality of life for our children. Thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you. Bashar Farone, Danielle Giotti, I'm sorry, Lindsay O'Brien, Jared J., Peter Glarum, and Monique Brown. Is anyone?
My name is Peter Glarum. Thank you for the opportunity to let me speak tonight. October 1st, 2019, an 8th grader brought a gun to school at the George Fox Middle School. He showed it to another student and told him that he intended to use it. He mentioned a couple of the kids' names and that he planned on shooting, and my daughter's name was one of them. Fortunately, the student that was told the school administration. The administrator, along with the school resource police officer, were fortunate enough to gain the gun from the student and remove him from the school. Although the gun was a BB gun, my daughter, along with all of her classmates, were extremely distraught over this incident. After the incident on October 24th, we were told by the school that the student, who has been in trouble several times prior to this incident, would be permanently suspended from the school. Well, this is where the problem starts. On November 12th, my daughter contacted her mother shortly after she arrived to school, informing her that the student had been approved to come back to school and was at the school that morning. My daughter, who is an honor roll student and has not been in any trouble, was distraught and started to have a panic attack because the student was there. Her mother immediately picked her up from the school and talked to the 8th grade administrator. She was informed the school board had approved for the student to return to George Fox Middle School even after we were told he would not be allowed back. I did not think a student who brought a gun to school, informed another student that he was going to shoot other students with it, should be allowed to return back to the school that he had just terrorized with that gun. Furthermore, no attempt was made by the school to inform us of his return. My daughter, along with her classmates, don't feel safe with him in the school. My daughter, along with a few other students, have still not returned to the school due to the fear of the student being there. My child, along with all of the other students and staff members at George Fox Middle School, do not deserve to have to go to school or work in fear. Furthermore, the student in question has already been suspended for 2 days for violations he's committed since returning to the school over a week ago. I also am fully aware that the Anne Arundel County Student Support Services have authority to administratively move a student from a school. This being said, I question the actions or lack thereof actions taken by the Anne Arundel County school system. I respectfully request that you overturn the board's decision and some action be taken to return to school to a safe zone for the children. I also want to respond to a quote that I was told from a school administrator that the school board's decision was based on the fact that it was a BB gun. Well, let's look at the effects that could have happened that day could have been catastrophic. Just because that gun was a BB gun, there was a school resource officer there who would have had to engage him if he pulled that gun out. The school resources officer is a real gun with real bullets in it that would have shot that child or possibly ricocheted and hit another child in that room. So as a direct effect of that BB gun, a gun may have been fired in that school which could have caused death or bodily harm to another student in that classroom who had nothing to do with that BB gun. So I just want you to take that into consideration when you go and consider that it was a BB gun. Thank
you. Ms. Antwine.
If they're together, I can wait. I just had some, I heard some comments, some things from him. I wanted to ask some questions to Dr. Arlotto, but I can wait.
I think these are going to be a variety of topics, so
Yeah, I'm about
perhaps-
school time. You're fine now.
I'm by myself.
I had stepped out when you started your testimony, but my question was, you said the board made a decision.
We were
and-
told by the school that the board made a decision that the student would be returned to the school. And he is at the school actively there right now. Well, not now because he's been suspended, because he's been in trouble since he's been back.
So, okay, thank you. Well, Dr. Alato, I would like to follow up to better understand the case, and to understand, because what he's pointed out was, in our briefings on safety and security every month, this did elevate to a point of removal and expelling. So, just wanted to better understand, if we could,
And so would
what
we.
the case was.
That's what we would like to understand too, how that happened, and why my child and other children still haven't returned to school because of the unsafe zone for this now.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mrs. Ellis.
Thank you. As a point of information, these are not, these types of decisions are not made by the board. This is, it falls within the purview of our superintendent and his staff. Dr. Alato, can I just ask, will you be following up with this concern? I don't know what your awareness is of the concern, but will this family hear from the school system?
I'm not, the short answer is no, because we're talking about the discipline of a child. This is, so I am fully aware of it. This is an ongoing situation. And because discipline is involved, it's not something that I can discuss. So I wouldn't be able to get back and sit down with this gentleman and talk to him about decisions that have been made regarding a particular.
Can you talk with
ongoing means?
can you or your staff talk with the family about their concern about their daughter's safety?
Oh, absolutely. Oh,
Yes.
absolutely.
Please.
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Ms. Antoine, did you have a follow-up?
That was going to be my follow-up, that he shared that his daughter's afraid to go to school and is terrorized and suffering panic attacks. So I wanted to make sure that the family, not the family, but the students at that school are getting the support and intervention they need as well.
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Lindsay O'Brien. I am from Folger Elementary School. I have kids in 4th grade, 2nd grade, and one in pre-K. I wish I could just reread Katie's testimony. She said everything I want to say, but all I can do is give my perspective and those of like-minded families at Folger. Kids need time to play. They're starting school at 9:40. They're getting out at 4:05. They get off the bus at 4:30. It's dark by 4:50. Now, in November, and we still have another month of shorter days. They need time to play. They have dinner, they have activities, they have homework, there's family time. When are they fitting all this in and getting sleep? The kids don't sleep until 9 in the morning. I wish they would. They don't do that. I really wish they would. They can't make up for it then. They can't push homework till the mornings. They can't, there's no motivation to get it done at that point, right? Then you're up against the bus times. I'm a stay-at-home mom. I don't have the before care, after care issue, and it's not good for me either. It's terrible for the children. And I know that Katie's right. It's terrible for the middle schoolers. It's terrible for the high schoolers. The research is there that shows it, and I don't understand how we can't address that as a school district. I don't understand how we live in a place where we're not addressing what's best for the kids in this situation. We'll continue to show up. We'll continue to say our piece. Thank you for listening tonight. It's been a long night, I know. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm not going to be as good as the two ladies that preceded me, but my name is Jared. I have a 2nd grader at Folger McKenzie. 2 working parents. With the school start time at 9:40, I have to take extra money out of my pay to pay for our household stuff that we're already limited on, to pay for this before school care. He's there for 2.5 hours before school starts. By the time school starts, he's hungry and he's tired. Sorry. And then not getting him to 4:20, it really makes for a long day for the kids. It was time to get homework completed, try to squeeze in some time, like the lady next to me stated, to let them be a kid, to be able to relax and have fun. It's really tough to let them do that when you gotta get homework, get them dinner, get them washed up, and to bed at a decent time. And again, like she said, I would love for my kids to sleep until 8 o'clock in the morning. And I'm sure if you all have children, you would love the same thing, but it doesn't happen. They're up 6 o'clock, 6:30, it doesn't matter what time you put them to bed. Mine go to bed around 7 o'clock, and they are still up early, and I put them to bed late on weekends at 10 o'clock, and they still get up early. They're just used to that routine. Sorry. On nights that we have practice for sports at 5:30, it makes it even harder because we're getting them home, feeding them, getting them changed, getting them back out the door, and we still want to take time to get homework done and further their education. But I think sports are important as well, as you've heard a lot from the Southern School District, how the sports play a role in children's activities. And with my son gets home at 4:20, it's the start of rush hour. It makes it dangerous for kids getting off a bus. As I've seen, I'm sure anybody else in this room has seen, people blatantly ignore those bus stop signs when kids are getting off, and they'll whip around them because they're in a rush to get home, because at the end of their day, they just want to get home. And that's unacceptable. I know we can't have police everywhere to watch the buses and all that jazz, but if we can change the time it would be hugely beneficial. I feel like the safety and well-being of our children should be our #1 concern, and this late start shows a disregard for our students and their well-being. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Dr. Arlotto, President Gilliland, and fellow Board of Education members. My name is Monique Brown, and I am a member of the Education Committee at the Anne Arundel County branch of the NAACP. I'm also a proud parent of a student here in AACPS who attends Rippling Woods Elementary School. I'm speaking here because of the racial incident last week involving Northeast High School students. There's a video that's currently circulating on social media that shows students clearly uttering the phrase, "I hate N-words," while another student is videotaping and encouraging them to make this statement. This was a painful and disturbing video for me to watch. Honestly, I replayed the video several times, hoping that I did not hear those students utter that racial slur. After looking at it several times, it was clear what they were saying. They were saying, "I hate N-words." The look on their faces and the mere audacity of them to make and post this video was very disheartening, and quite frankly, it still hurts today. When I moved to Anne Arundel County, I did not think that my child would be subjected to a learning environment where the use of this word can be said so freely. This is deeply concerning to me. I also worry about his mental welfare and the well-being of all students that have to endure this type of behavior from other students and the passive acceptance of this type of behavior from the faculty at AACPS. That is not to say that I should let the actions of a couple of students diminish my view of an entire school system, but there have been 244 reports of bias motivated behavior in the 2018 to 2019 school year, and those are just the ones that have been reported. This is quite alarming to me. That is more than one bias motivated incident every day of the school year. This is a fact that concerns me as my child matriculates through AACPS. Hearing that word has an adverse psychological effect on African American children. This effect is counterproductive to the successful educational outcomes for all children in AACPS. It's counterproductive to the children being harassed and to those who are doing the harassing. All students need a clear head so that they can learn every day. How can we expect them to do this when we allow other students to create an environment where they feel degraded and humiliated? As a parent of an AACPS student, I take this very seriously. This is hate speech and should not be treated as a prank or a joke. That word is grounded in deep racism and is used to humiliate, demean, and insult African Americans. We must understand that words can be powerful, and this word has been used to tear down an entire race for generations. I personally and collectively stand with the Anne Arundel County NAACP in calling for an apology letter and apology video from all persons that were involved. The incident was done publicly and made public by the students. It should also be rectified publicly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, can I add one quick question? For the start time, do you know how we could get that changed besides coming here every time you guys have these meetings? Or do you guys take care of that? Or when does that get voted on? I apologize.
No, it's a fair question. A board member has to make that motion at the appropriate time. And I know it's been a discussion that certain board members have had, and there's some budgetary considerations to it as well that the board's been trying to navigate. What I can tell you is we are working with a transportation consultant who's delivered to us a preliminary report and is expected to have a full report to us, what is it, December, January? January. And then I think there are going to be some outcomes, from that. So I would say, over the next 2 months or so, you may see some conversation, and then certainly February is when we vote on our budget.
All right, thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Sorry to hold you guys up.
Lisa Van Buskirk, Mohammed Jamil, Serena Oram, Stacy Watson, Laura Day, and Matthew Wallace.
All right, good evening, Board of Education. Another late night for you guys. So thank you, Dr. President Gilliland, for mentioning that you guys have received some kind of draft report since when we were here 2 weeks ago. There was no word of that. So I hope that the consultant will then be able to meet the January 3rd deadline that is clearly articulated in the bid documents and mentioned 4 times in the addendum as there being no extension to the timeline. So I'm happy to hear things are progressing on that. The other thing I wanted to mention was, I don't even remember what month it was, but there was a discussion of the smartphone app from Mr. Shaknovich, and one of the board members had wanted to know if there are other school systems in the state of Maryland who use contracted buses, if they were going to use the smartphone app. And so through the work of a graduate student working up at Loyola University, who is doing a similar exercise to what I've done as far as looking at the early pickup times and the arrival times for Anne Arundel High School, she's doing it for the rest of the state. In our discussions with Cecil County and asking me some questions, I learned that Cecil County launches the school bus tracking app for parents and guardians, was an article in the Cecil Whig in October of 2019. So now granted, Cecil County only has 10,000 students that are eligible for busing, so it's significantly smaller than us. And they only have like 130 buses total, but they are 130 contracted buses. And so that they have installed that GPS, the GPS on the buses, have integrated it with the Where's the Bus app. And in this winter, they're actually going to be comparing their scheduled routes with the GPS data to then kind of rectify and compare like the on-time arrivalness of their schedule. So perhaps that is something that the transportation can follow up a little bit more. I'll send you this article because it's behind a paywall, so you can't get to it so easily. And then Ms. Katie from Folger McKenzie talked more about start times and better than me, so maybe I found a new chapter later. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Again, I'm here, Marvin Wallace. Been here before. Stand up, man. I got my son Matt here. George Olato got my son's life in danger. You talk about you have a class. The last time I was here, Terry, you cut my mic off. You can cut it off today. I'm gonna keep on talking. George Olato, you got my son's life in danger. I told you, I'm gonna keep telling you. I'm gonna be a thorn right in your side. Now here's my son right here. Y'all have my son catching the school bus in the middle of the street. You talk about you got a bias class. You got the school bus that goes right by my house and picks up a Caucasian kid. You need to take that bias class. You should be on the front seat when you go there. I want to know how much evidence do y'all need to see? I got videos and I have pictures. What else do y'all need to get him out of the street from waiting for the school bus? What else you need? Can you answer that? Or I got to keep setting my son in the middle of the street. When I talked to you on the telephone, you hung the phone up on me. The last time I was here, you cut the mic off. Now what y'all gonna do? You wanna see the pictures? Here's the street. He stands right in the street. Can you imagine your kid standing in the street to catch a school bus? George Arlotto is in writing. Put him in the street to catch the school bus. You can't beat me in no kind of way. I got all the proof and evidence. You did this. So when you gonna fix it? Anytime you want, you can answer.
Ms. Antwine.
That's what I thought. All y'all should be off there, except for Miss Michelle. And if any, I'm putting the county on notice. If anything happens to my son while he's standing out there, I'm gonna give y'all a hell of a lawsuit. But I'm gonna tell you, if anything happens to him, because y'all didn't take a step to do something about it, all y'all should go to hell.
Ms. Antwine.
Come on, man.
So I just had a question. He says that he has evidence.
Yes, I do.
And he's sharing that a decision was made. I was trying to see if he had an appeal for this case is in order to the board.
George Arlotto has all the evidence. For 2 years I've been talking to him. He even hung the phone up on me.
Yes, sir, and I empathize with your
and
concerns.
he don't have nothing.
But my question is, we want you to be able to utilize the school system's processes and optimize them so that the safety of your son is in order. So if you have submitted, the question on the table is if there is an appeal to the board. I was trying to find out if that was the case. If so, we would then get the evidence that you said that you shared, and that answers your question.
So you can't say nothing, can you? You got the paperwork I sent you? I know you do because I got the correspondence. You said you got it. You do not represent black people in this community. You the head of the snake.
Mrs. Ellis, for you.
I'll save my questions, actually.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Serena Orr. My daughter currently goes to Meade High School. She's in the 9th grade. She's been bullied since day one. She's been threatened. She's scared to go to school, but goes to school because she's a straight A student. She is 1B, and that's because her teacher doesn't speak very good English, so she doesn't understand what he says. She was homeschooled all through middle school because she was bullied in the 5th grade, and Anne Arundel County did nothing for her. I begged her not to go back to public school. She wanted to, so I lost that battle with her. She went back. Now she's afraid to go to school. She's afraid to go to classes, but she goes because she doesn't want to not learn. Meade High School does nothing for their students. I've contacted several members of your Board of Ed. I've spoke to Miss Davis, who has done nothing. I've called Miss Monique Jackson. She has done nothing. She has not even returned my phone calls. I spoke to Dr. Lucarelli, who finally answered my phone calls and finally talked to me. And had I known what I'd known the day I talked to her, what was going on, it probably would not have ended the way it did. I had a very nice conversation with Dawn Lucarelli. I'm here to say the bullying has not stopped. These administrators do nothing to these students but talk to them. My daughter and I have been forced, because we feel we have no other choice but to change her schedule. So my daughter, the victim, is being changed into another class. 3 of her classes had to change because there's 3 male students and 3 female students threatening her on a daily basis. I have done bully reports after bully reports. Tonight before coming here, I had to do another bullying report because this kid followed her to her class. He's not even in that class with her, so he shouldn't even have been following her. He was coming from her class that she was headed to. How he ended up behind her, we have no clue. I had to contact Report Annapolis because I was sent. Let me backtrack. On October 23rd, my daughter called me in tears. These 6 students threatened her in her history class. Her history teacher did absolutely nothing. Says that she didn't hear it. My daughter told me that her teacher said she claims she didn't hear it because she's afraid of these students as well. These students are a problem for her class. When I showed up at the school, the SRO, whatever the officer is called there, they told me that my daughter was at blame because she told the student that she was homeschooled. That's no excuse to be bullied and threatened. I was banned from Meade High School because I asked these students, when I showed up to chaperone for a field trip, to leave my daughter alone when they approached her. Dr. Rivers refuses to get on the phone with me. When I spoke to him on October 24th, I asked him if it was a race issue. Race does not matter with color. It matters with whatever's going on. You can be black, purple, yellow, it doesn't matter. Race is race. It is 6 mixed students against 1 white child, and nothing is being done to these students except being talked to. I am now unbanned, but only because I contacted Report Annapolis, and I had to tell them everything. I am now unbanned, but I am on probation. A parent that is afraid for her child is on probation from Meade High School because they can't control their kids and make sure my daughter's safety is allowed. I'm begging my daughter every day to let me pull her out of Meade High School, and she refuses. I've asked the school board to let me switch her to North County because it's closer to my house. It's the same distance, but they refuse. I keep getting loophole after loophole, and nothing's being done. I'm asking you to address the race and the bullying issues at Meade High School.
Before something happens.
If something happens to my daughter, you guys are responsible. That's all.
Hi. My name is Laura Day, and I came here tonight to support Mr. Smith, and I'd like to thank you for responding and for hearing him. And that's it.
Thank you. Debbie, Jason, I hope I said that right. Sumayai Mordecai and Marguerite Morris, the last 3 cards that I have. I apologize if she spoke already. I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, I'm Sumaya Mordecai. I am a Black Muslimah. I'm a Philly native, and I am someone who is still grieving the consequences of slavery. I am the NAACP. Oftentimes we hear the saying, history repeats itself. But honestly, is that the case when history is a reality and has never seemed to become the past? This country has a lot of bad history turned beautiful. However, those who made it beautiful aren't credited. The ones who created this crooked system are the ones that's embraced. Their grandkids. We hate niggers. Trump zealots wearing his propaganda. Where is that excuse without accountability? Without accountability, there would have been no apologies. Without accountability, there would be no apologies. And it's a shame because it's like you would think that that stuff you'd be taught that at home, and it's common sense. But it's a shame that it takes accountability to get an apology out of somebody. The same parents and community members who complain about the community citizenship class are the parents and guardians of the children who do these horrendous acts and commit these disgusting habitual behaviors. It's time to wake these kids up and not only talk about diversity and equity, but act on it. And I would like to bring up something else. Tonight has shown me that not too many people will be ones to put their feet into other people's shoes before they walk in them. I've been a product of Baltimore City schools, and tonight just hearing people or seeing parents cry because of late hours and their kids not playing outside is just crazy because it's like it's a tale of 2 cities. I remember when I was in school, it was good to be in school because people outside was getting shot. We weren't worried about playing time outside. And it's kind of like you got to think about how other people are living. People are complaining about their children getting less playtime. There's other kids going through it. People are putting sports and making sports decisions before we make decisions on putting Eid on the calendar for a holiday, but everybody else's holidays get accounted for and acknowledged. There's a lot of Islamophobia in this county. There's a lot of racism in this county. It needs to end, because I was highly disappointed when the talk about my religion was turned into an All Lives Matter moment by a black woman. I think that change needs to occur quick, fast, and in a hurry, because the children are the future, and the more that we put people that put money and their status and their power and make these crooked decisions and allow these ignorant kids to keep on making these decisions, we're not going to be able to make history history. It's going to be a reality for our kids in the future. It's time to make a change.
Thank you for your testimony tonight.
Hi, I'm Debbie Jason. I live in Pasadena. I've been in Pasadena for the last 19 years. I live just about across the street from Northeast High School. We have had problems with racism in that community for at least as long as I've been there. I encountered it pretty much right away when I moved there. So, talking about Northeast High School and the video, something I'd like to know that the participants in the video show remorse for what they did and not simply for the consequences of what they did. And that I want to know that they understand why what they said was wrong and what tremendous weight and meaning in history the N-word carries. All right, I really would like to see that in the apology or whatever you do with the bias class. I don't know what is encompassed in that, but that needs to help. They need to really get it. The issue is not just in the schools, but Pasadena is #1 in hate bias reports. It's a community issue. This is culture in Pasadena, okay? We have a culture of racism. And so some of us have created a group to discuss and try to come up with ways to address that in the community, as well as addressing the school stuff. It's called One Pasadena, Addressing Racism in Pasadena, Maryland. We're on Facebook, got a Twitter feed. I encourage you all to join us in trying to battle racism in Pasadena. Even if you don't live in Pasadena, you might be able to give us some ideas for what we can be doing, what we should be doing, because this is a very difficult problem. Racism is very entrenched in Pasadena. So please join us, One Pasadena, on Facebook. It is a nonpartisan group, okay? And that's it.
Thank you. Before you leave, just very quick, Ms. Santroyan.
Heard my name. So we at last meeting when Ms. Jackson addressed the hate and bias, as well as Dr. Gillens, the board did request that our Citizen Advisory Committee work with them to identify some ways that we can introduce solutions to ongoing problems such as these. On that Citizens Advisory Council are parents from your area that will have direct input to that. So hopefully what they bring back to the board and share with us will help towards those solutions.
I say I'm not a parent of the kids in the school system. I'm just a community member, and I'd like community-wide work, like the parents of the kids. We need to bring it out to the community as well. That's all I'm saying, because I don't know what the parents are doing because my kids aren't there.
Yes,
That's I do know parents are involved in stuff. Just
am I able to make
bring
a
it out?
request?
You've waited all night, so just very briefly, please.
All right, so I know we can't really change the calendar, but for Columbus Day, are we able to do Indigenous Day teachings? Because that's a problem that we have a long way in our country with Columbus and the Redskins, and it's very disgusting. I feel like we need to pay the Indigenous homage.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you for your testimony, and thank you for waiting all night. I appreciate that. That's it. Yeah, that ends our public comment period. Let's move to consent items. Is there a motion to bundle items 4.01 through 4.03? Second. Got a motion second. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. We now have an action item. Dr. Arlotto, can we have your recommendation, please?
Yes, sir. I recommend board approval of the contracts as listed on today's agenda, 4.01, 4.02, and 4.03.
Is there a motion?
So move.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second. Are there any board questions? Ms. Antwine?
I just had a question about the minority business enterprise requirement. If the sheet that we were provided had all TBDs, so I just wanted to understand what was going on there. If we could get more explanation for it, please.
Oh, I see what she's saying.
Good evening, Alex Shacknova, Chief Operating Officer. So the page you're referencing is 4.01. So for, or item 4.01. So for construction projects where the, contractors are installing steel or cement or any other accoutrements in building, plumbing, electricity, et cetera, there are MBE requirements because there are defined quantities, and so they can price in, get subcontractors, et cetera. This is actually not a construction services. So Jacobs Project Management is a project management company. They don't have subcontractors in the classic sense. So if I'm a steel erector, obviously I'm fabricating the steel, I'm bringing it to the site. I've got welders, I've got opportunities really to subcontract things out. The project manager generally doesn't, because they're not the ones that are directly doing the construction activities. They typically don't have subcontractors. But to the extent that a situation arises that they would need to bring on a subcontractor, you'll see right above that there's a goal of 15%. So in the event that the project manager needs subcontractor help to manage a project, then at that point in time, they would have to make their best efforts to comply with that 15% minimum goal.
So they're not requesting a waiver from the MBE. They're saying that they're able to manage everything as the prime.
Right, because again, but on the project, we can, when you see for Old Mill West, we're probably going to break that job up into, 17 or 18 packages, prime packages. You'll see in all of those construction trades, you'll see some pretty significant MSB participation, and many of them, the minimum goal exceeds 15% as well. But you'll see that in the construction trade packages, and you'll have to approve each and every one of them individually as they go through.
Excellent. Thank you for the explanation.
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you, Ms. Antwine. Any further board questions or comments on consent items? Any public comment? Seeing none, Mrs. Howell, this is a vote on the consent calendar. Would you please call a roll?
Miss Ellis? Aye. Miss Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Leib? Aye. Miss Hummer? Aye. Miss Albee? Aye. Miss Corkadell?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
7-0, motion passes.
Thank you. We'll move to policy revisions, second reading. Item 5.02, student sexual harassment and misconduct policy code JP. And we've got Ms. Ortiz. Welcome.
Hello, good evening. For the record, Jeanette Ortiz, Legislative and Policy Counsel.
Asha Smith, Senior Manager, EEO Compliance.
So we have policy JP, student sexual harassment and misconduct on second reading. We did not receive any public comment during the 30-day public comment period.
Great, thank you. We'll turn to board questions and comments. Ms. Antwine.
So I have two quick questions. The first one was, I have a concern, especially with this being out in the window when there was a very public sharing of an incident at the homecoming. I have a concern that there were no public comments, and I wanted to understand maybe what what tools are we using to ensure that the public knows this is out there? Because I know the mom and some others shared information with us via email, public testimony, and otherwise, but here was a grand opportunity for them to put in input, and nothing came in. So could you just share with us the method that the public can use to comment, please?
Sure. So we bring policies to the policy committee, right? So that's a first opportunity to hear policies. Policy committees are open to the public. However, there isn't public comment at that time, but that is an opportunity to listen to what we're working on. And then on first reading, folks, that goes out with the agenda and the information that's shared with the public. And so individuals have the opportunity to come to a meeting and testify or make comments on any proposed policy changes when it's up before the board. They obviously are able to contact board members directly, which it seems, in some instances that happens. They can email me directly. On our website, we have our policy comments email, which also comes to me. And so when, after first reading, we publicize that it's going on a 30-day public comment period. And so that goes on our policy website, and the email to submit public comments is on there. The date by which comments must be submitted is also included. We share information oftentimes via Facebook and Twitter and other social media. And so there are various ways in which the information can be shared with the board. If I recall, at the last meeting, I think one of the board members or so commented that we were actually reviewing the policy and it was up for public comment during that time period. So there are definitely various ways in which the public has access to the information and they're able to comment to the school system.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
And then my other, under D, implementation, it says that the superintendent is authorized to develop regulations to implement this policy. I would like to amend that to say regulations and protocols to implement this policy. The primary reason I'm making that suggestion to the board is because it was shared when this was brought up with the incident, that there were no protocols in place, although we had regulations. So just wanted to amend that to include protocols.
There are in fact protocols, and I made the mistake of saying that there weren't, based on the question that was asked during that board meeting. And again, I'll apologize. I believe that the question was, are there protocols that we hand out to the public? And my answer was no, when in fact the question was, do we have protocols? And the answer is yes, that the principals and assistant principals are trained on and follow. So we do have protocols. They're internal, they're used. We have since put those out for others to see, but I made the mistake of saying no, that was my mistake, and I apologize again.
Okay, good. Then I withdraw that recommendation. So when you develop the regulations, you also develop protocols to accommodate those. Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Quirkadell and then Mrs. Ellis.
Thank you, President Gillen. So I wanted to, Ms. Antoine, also just take a moment to share a couple additional pieces of information as it relates to this specific policy. I did, recognizing some of the same concerns that you were recognizing at the last meeting, and after seeing the letter, the editorial from the Capitol, I did feel compelled and was published in very short order a letter to the editor asking for this specific policy for us to receive information. Subsequent to that, Ms. Hummer and I were engaged in a community panel that involved a live podcast. We reiterated a request for this specific policy. So I too share disappointment that we're at zero still in receipt, but I also recognize that in this particular one, I think we did do perhaps even a little above and beyond, I know on my part, because of seeing the significance of it that I think we all shared of why. So I just wanted to add that in, that in addition, there were members doing different things to try to promote it as well, including the LTE that was published in the Capitol.
I appreciate that follow-up about it. I just feel like maybe we can do maybe one more step. I don't know if it's a user-friendly form or something beyond what we're doing, but it's just baffling to me that here again a policy of this nature is out there for 30 days and absolutely no public comments when they make such grand effort to get information to us otherwise. So if we as the board, we just kind of need to look at that to see where we can make even more of a difference.
Thank you, Ms. Antrine. Mrs. Ellis.
Thank you. So just to go back and make sure I understood. So this policy was in the works before an incident came before us.
As a matter of fact, if I may, just before you proceed, just to make sure we're clarified on that, that was in the March-April meetings that it was decided to take that older traditional policy that had bullying bias and sexual harassment and the other similar associated things, and to raise it to the level of significance. And our former student member, Ms. Urea, instituted one of them. Myself and Ms. Schalheim and Ms. Hummer were in agreement to do that, and the staff embraced it as an opportunity, which was also shared, I think, in brief in that little LTE thing. That
Right.
yes, you are correct.
Right.
In that, yes.
So part of my reason for asking that is I guess the incident that was publicly brought before us appeared to be a significant sexual assault. That goes beyond the scope of our policy, right? I mean, that's certainly, the police were involved I know there are law enforcement issues involved in sexual harassment, but I don't want to confuse the issues. That issue goes beyond sexual harassment.
So the policy covers sexual harassment and misconduct, and so there could be some sexual misconduct that could rise to the level of criminality. And so if you look under B issue, the third paragraph says complaints of criminal sexual harassment misconduct shall be promptly reported to law enforcement. So yes, typically what we are dealing with is what one more traditionally would consider sexual harassment and misconduct, not rising to the level of criminality. However, there are instances, and we also reference the Code of Student Conduct. The Code of Student Conduct also addresses, so there's a line for sexual harassment, sexual misconduct, and sexual assault. And so, it would be handled, and it's consistent because, if you're dealing with sexual misconduct and or sexual assault, that could involve law enforcement.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Ellis. Mrs. Hummer.
I was just going to echo what Ms. Corkadell said in that I know that this one we had really made some real efforts to put out there, and I know I saw it. I shared it with some people on Facebook and saw it posted to different sites of people saying to comment. It may be that we received no comment because they read it and said, we feel like this covers everything. That could have been it. But it is, I'm with you that it's sometimes frustrating when we're doing big things and we're not hearing back, but I'm going to take that as to the testament to the prowess of Ms. Ortiz that everybody read it and said it was great, but I still encourage people to comment and let us know when they have, and we'll continue for all of our policies putting out there to try to get that feedback.
And just to add to that, it's on second reading, it'll be on third reading at the next meeting, and so certainly folks still have an opportunity to email me or the board with any comments. They have the opportunity to come to the next meeting and speak on the policy if they choose to. So there's still time.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Hummer, and thank you both for the late night, and we'll see you on December 4th.
Okay, thank you. Good
Thank
night.
you. We've already heard. I'm sorry, public comment. Yes, please, I apologize. Yes, public comment. I apologize.
We can go.
India Oaks, Hillsmere Elementary School. I just wanted to share from the perspective of a member of the public that pays attention to policy. In my view, it's more common to provide public comment on regulations and not policy. So since this only was policy, it was hard to find anything to give comment on.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Seeing none, this will be on third reading for final approval on December 4th. We'll now move to review items. Item 6.01, award of contracts. Are there any board questions or comments? Seeing none, is there any public comment? Seeing none. Next general meeting of the Board of Education will be Wednesday, December 4th, 2019 at 10 a.m. in this room. The next meeting of the Policy Committee will be Wednesday, December 18th, 2019 at 4 p.m. in this room. And the next meeting of the Budget Committee will be Wednesday, December 4th, 2019, following the board meeting that day. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Motion second. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. We stand adjourned. Thank you.
O sea, que familias o que tienen niños y desean verlos a ustedes, un terapista, pero no tienen seguro médico ni ningún tipo de documento como seguro social, por ejemplo.
Nos pueden llamar, ¿okay? Y si nos dan una prueba de sus ingresos, les podemos decir cuánto les cobraríamos.
Ustedes analizan cada caso
individualmente, sí.
Okay. Y Ana, ¿qué...? Usted es terapista de salud mental y yo sé que a veces es un tema un poquito delicado para muchas personas. A veces los padres quizás no saben de qué manera ayudar.